All right. So thank you guys for being here and being on time, even though we kind of delayed the start time slightly by nonsense, mostly caused by me. Let's go ahead and start going by explaining kind of what we started on last time. So we started in the prison already, but what happened at the start of last session? Pull you guys to hang on, right page.
We had finished talking to Kulavir, right? And we were going to free his friend, the orc.
Mhm.
Did-
Yes.
At the start of last session, you'd finished talking to him. I thought at the start of last session there was a little bit more talking with him.
Not
Maybe.
really. We
Okay.
talked
I
about, like, getting him out of the room.
I think we talked to Kulavir after our interaction with Milweir,
Yeah.
Yeah.
or at least in my notes, that's where it's placed. They're not
Yeah.
necessarily chronological, though.
So, in my chronological notes, we started with Josh, retconning some stuff that he would have asked the sage and about naming
Oh
conventions and
yeah,
stuff.
yeah. Wherein I learned that the Al in all of these elemental names means that that was an individual that they bested.
Yeah. The affix when it is used or the suffix prefix
So
prefix the prefix when it's used in that way in a name means who bested.
yes. So would Sage know like what Shaib is referring to?
Maybe you haven't asked him.
I haven't. I like openly voiced a hypothesis while in front of Sage and didn't ask. And I think we asked Al Shaib that he has this Ifrit. This is a uniquely Ifrit naming convention.
Correct.
And he has that because the individual that imprisoned him put that name upon him.
Correct.
And we know from the Sphinx that Al Shaib can't remember his own name, I think, because of the part of the binding on him.
Sort of, yeah. Has no connection to his old name. Part of which is he can't remember it.
And we learned that the power to name something with nature and bind it was special to the Freed who captured Al Shaib.
Correct.
So, like, maybe that power is what made him forget his real name.
So yeah, that happened.
So then we portal jumped Coolveer out of the hall and we went to Milveer's cell. And Milveer was in a capsule like we saw on Prosperity. And Griffle opened it and the orc was asleep and we cast History Revealed. And we saw some important scenes from his life, including running with elephant spiders and helping them as they were getting attacked by parasites, and also at a party with Coolveer where I think somebody said something shitty about Milveer. Did I just change his name?
No,
Nope.
that's right.
Okay, Milveer. And Coolveer stood up for him and said, "This guy rocks." And that was the second most important thing that ever happened to him in his whole life. And then we did Inquisitive's Eyes, and we saw that the voiceless talkers had basically like erased his mind to the point that we thought that there is no way to bring him back, either through resurrection or anything. He's just gone.
And specifically Sage kind of whispered to you, making sure that Coolveer could not hear of like, this, I really think that this guy is just gone.
Hmm. And so we convinced Coolveer to give us his blessing to uh, put Milveer out of his suffering, if he could even suffer. Um, and
Give
that,
permission to pass along the Orcish mirror back to the world.
yeah, that would pass the mirror. We think back. So that's what happened there.
And we learned that Milvir was called Bar Kadak.
Yes, which meant little hero.
With Kadak being one of Bedvir's ancestors, right?
Hmm.
Not one
Kadok.
of his ancestors.
Oh no,
Sorry?
One of his
No.
names. Kadok Lugos.
Kadok
his
Lugos
name?
was not one of his ancestors. It was one of his sons.
Oh.
One of
Oh,
Bedvir's
that's
sons?
right.
Yeah.
Ah, okay. But would we get from that this was Bedvir's son, or that maybe one of Bedvir's sons was named after this guy?
Neither. So the thing is the so Barkadok means like it is just like a super
Just like a
old way of
title.
phrasing something. So it's just something that is turned into a name over the years.
Okay.
So it's like there was a time when calling someone Grace was not a thing, but
Mhm.
it turned into a name. It still means what the word.
Oh, right, because this guy's an
means.
orc anyway, not a storm giant.
Hmm.
Yeah, he's a storm giant.
Okay.
So like it still has the meaning, but it's like if you etymology a name and the name means heroic person or heroic man or whatever. That's the way it's being used here, right? So you've got this massive time difference, and your language translation spell tried to say, oh, that's he's using a name, but that's because how that's used now, and then being able to go, no, we know what this guy's name is. It's not that. He's sort of giving this appellation, almost this compliment of the little hero. And the second thing is that passes through to the future, right? So you've talked to Bedvir, and if anyone is ever interested and you go back and you listen to some of the times you've talked to Bedvir, he says that a lot. That's one of the things that he calls you all little heroes. And that sort of phrasing in Giant was a thing way back then. It's just what the exact words are have changed, and the old words are now a name.
Okay.
Although that is one of those little stupid esoteric language matters world building details that is probably not super relevant, but it's something that I enjoy doing. So
I feel like it's relevant. I feel like me
Yeah.
picking up on the structure of primordial names
yeah, no, it
has
can be
at the
relevant.
very least been interesting, and I'm sure that I'm going to find a way to do something terrible in the future with the knowledge.
Good, as it should be. So you guys kill the Orkishmir, Milvir dies, and what happens next?
I think we then this is when I have in our notes that we talked to Kulavir,
Yes.
and I think we just asked him like, "Hey, do you recognize any of the names on this list? And what do you think of them?" And we randomly started at the beginning, and he hates Arcario Thrivaxis.
Yeah, we got one name into the list, and he was like, "Oh hell nah."
He called him the betrayer of the mirror, because so he and Arcario Thrivaxis used to like fight, have big battles.
Hmm.
And is this like a ritual thing? Like they would just occasionally like run into each other, and they would have big fights until they were both exhausted, and then you know leave and go do their own thing until they ran into each other again? Or was
You're not
this like
sure.
okay?
He describes it as fighting over sacred Shernagar. So like he talks about it as being a thing that happens in a particular place, but that it has happened many times.
Okay.
Which we learned
Um,
was the plane of the Iron Tower.
and where the gods were killed or
Mhm.
fell. But because Archaeothravaxis is, in Kulavir's words, a coward, Archaeothravaxis sought for help from and power from the far realm.
Mhm.
And I think that Kulavir believes that that is how the adversary got into our reality.
Dragons are very dishonorable foes.
But like we've seen. We also told him that Aegis rules the Iron Tower at this point.
Did we tell him?
I think we
Yeah,
told
we
him
did.
that later.
You tell them that last session. I don't know if you tell them here, but
It was at the very end.
It was like at the
because-
very end.
Yeah, because you were like, "Are you still gonna help him leave this place?" Now that you've agitated.
Because he was. It's because we talked with Nesgear that the conversation came up with Kulavir about Giant Kind. But he also knows Quinny Upfanar, who created sphinxes to serve as like teachers and advisors to Giant Kind.
Mhm.
And then he just kind of like knows two other people on the list: Jundian Mahawam and Bergbau Bis.
Yes, Bergbau.
And he's like, Jundian has a reputation as a great warrior, and Bergbau Bis is a name that I know. In my notes originally, when I was rereading it, said knows the name, and I was like, oh shit, they know the name. I was like, wait, no, Kulavir knows their name.
Which is interesting. So one of the things that I find is fun is, and one of the ways that I like structured the big handout grid thing that I gave you guys, is that I kind of asked several different people that I do brainstorming with for like session stuff, and I asked them to like, hey, you've got 25 or 30 points to spend. How do you spend it in this thing? And gave them the setup for it. And I got like a dozen different people to give me their answers, and then I sort of tweaked some of the stuff, and I was like, oh well, why did you pick this over that? And I sort of played around with it a little bit so it'd have the right impact. And it's funny to me that your all's picks are, I don't want to say controversial because that's not true, but like by and large, your picks don't overlap with any of the other groups of people. About the only person that you have on your all's list that was also on other people's lists was Sage. Sage was about the only choice that several of the different people that did this little exercise chose to free Sage. And the one thing that I thought was interesting is the one that was on almost every list was Bergbau, the one of the ones that he knew.
Mm.
Why?
Yeah, why?
Mm.
I mean, I'm sure we can't know the answer to that question, but
Well, did they have the same
Interesting.
information as us? Because I feel like once we talked, it's like Sage speaks our language, and then once we talked to them, they were like, "You should free this guy." So we're like, "Okay," and then that guy was like, "You should free this guy." So we're like, "Okay."
So they didn't have the same process, right? They sort of did like you pick Sage and then use picking Sage to make your other choices.
Mhm.
Whereas they just had they made all their choices at once.
Yeah.
But that was mostly because I was needing to know from them sort of what your top 5 of who you would open first. Because I knew as soon as they opened any of them that they were going to be, it would change.
Right.
So when I proposed it to people, I was like, okay, well, what is your list, and why would you argue for whatever people on your list to be the one that you open? Like,
Mhm.
so it was
did
more of like
did everybody
rank
start with
order.
Sage?
No,
Interesting.
Sage was on several lists, and basically for
Yeah.
the same reason of this person's name is written in common.
Mhm.
We can probably talk to them.
What was the other one that you said? Was that the
Bergbau was the one that was on a lot of other lists, but not on yours.
Interesting.
because they're a dwarf and people like dwarves?
I guess. I don't know.
Because bis means best in slot.
Clearly, yeah.
Yeah.
Although we did open a couple of like 10 difficulties.
Yeah.
So I
Mm.
wonder if, I mean, you could probably confirm this immediately, if people opened more cages than we would have been allowed.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
like,
more
they
than you guys would have
maximized.
been able to. And then some people hit a problem that you guys never found out about, which was that if you release more than one prisoner from a single cell block, then it is much more damaging to the prison as a whole.
Oh, so we
Oh.
just got lucky bouncing around.
Yeah, you guys bounced around a lot, and you didn't have to confront that decision. But a lot of, but like more than one group had to confront that decision with Fronty. No, how did I say his name? There's one that's the one of the ones that's in the cell block that's already partially opened.
Mm.
There was more than one person that was like, I'm going to open this. And then that triggered the thing of me saying, hey, if you open that, here's what happens. And they were like, yeah, no, we're not. No, hang on. New plan. No one got there and was like, oh yeah, no, that sounds great. I'm going to do that anyways.
Complications? What could go wrong? So after asking Coulevier for all the people that he knows, we then opened a completely different cell. We were like,
Mhm.
cool, thanks. And we opened the cell with the Ifrit. Harik Ben Sidir. And pretty short conversation overall.
He was very accommodating, really. Not
Yeah.
tricksy at all.
Honestly, well, I feel like we both had our own tricks to play. So we freed him, and I was like, your freedom comes at the cost of two things. One is freeing a friend of ours that's imprisoned by the current ruler of the city of Brass. And the second one is I want to know why you betrayed Yansi Bin. And clarifying question. Patani. Oh, one of the Patal twins. Clarifying question. What kind of elemental was the Ifrit?
He's not a pure elemental. He's an elemental of air and fire. So
Air and fire. Okay.
Yeah.
Because the smothering heat, is that what came from?
his thing when you turn to smoke.
No, the description. Burning suffocation.
Yeah, burning suffocation.
I was like, that sounds like fire because it's burning. And then I was like, but wait, this guy's a lieutenant of Yansi Bin, so he's probably air. Okay, but he's both.
Air and fire, yeah.
Okay. So he told us that he betrayed Yansi Bin because Yansi Bin was weak and had to rely on trusting other people to maintain his power. So he betrayed Yansi Bin, and then he trusted his lieutenant, and his lieutenant betrayed him. And then I think that when he agreed to free our friend that is imprisoned by Mason al-Harik, when he agreed to that, he didn't realize what it would take to do that. And so when I revealed to him that he had to kill Mason al-Harik in order to free al-Shaib, I think that was what caused him to be like, oh, nice, you pulled one over on me. Is that an accurate assessment?
Sort of. It was more like you're setting this thing up, and you're using me as an obvious weapon, and then getting the thing. And he's like, okay, so I'm supposed to be your cat's paw. That's cute.
Okay.
But that's kind of the thing of being like, he respects the fact that he thinks that you're playing this as some sort of like really squirrely attack from the blind side style game. And he's like, okay, this is a game I can be part of. This is something that I recognize. And you seem to be doing a thing that I would do, right? Like he's looking at it and going, oh yeah, that's a choice I would make in your position.
Okay. And so they were like, you're free to go. And he tries to take the spear which I believe is the spear that Bedvere looted off of him. And or I should say Morin believes. And we all try to stop him. Goes terribly. This guy is a little bit more powerful than us. But the spear retains part of the bindings that were put on it by Bedvere's wife.
Mhm.
And so Kulavir is able to arrest the spear from leaving with Rune Tongue. And the Efreet leaves furious.
Yeah, the Efreet does not want to risk possibly being recaptured to get the spear back. The spear was just sort of it was right there. Like if he didn't take it, it'd be weird. So he pieces off. You do get the discussion with Kulavir where he is willing to share with you the command words. Like he doesn't really understand how most of it works, but he's been around it long enough that he knows what the command words are for the spear or for the enchantment that's on the spear.
And then I think we decide that we want to kill Archaeothravaxis, or at least have Archaeothravaxis killed.
Well, we did a wheel and woe, and it worked, and I got a powerful woe. But then, like, as it was happening, it was like something stopped it from transmitting information to me. So
Yeah,
then we got
your
scared.
spell was corroding.
Yeah.
And we
decided not-
are. Go ahead.
Well, we decided not to mess with it.
But we also don't want Archaeothravaxis to just be out and free. So
Mhm.
we decided to call in Merc.
Yes.
I call in that favor that's been in the back pocket that I can now close that entire chunk of my session planning of, okay, what happens if they use the gym now?
Every session you've had to think that.
I mean, at least every arc has been like, all right, what happens if they use it now? Has to be like, I have to have at least some vague idea of what might happen.
And the answer wasn't just he kills them for not knowing enough?
Nah.
At first.
I mean, in the very beginning that was possible, but I also really didn't expect you guys to try to do something dumb. Like I felt like his impact on the group and the initial introduction to Merc was such that he wasn't going to be treated with disrespect. And part of that not treating with disrespect was not summoning him for something not super important. So
so we tell him that we believe the reason.
Hang on.
Oh.
Before that, you break the stone, you summon him. What happened?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, it didn't work. He was like forbidden, and we had to push through it. And then we realized that he had been like not just banned from the prison, but like it had been forbidden to him. So did he completely forget that his daughter existed, or just that she was here?
From the way that he said it, is he couldn't understand anything that had to do with the prison. It was removed from him. So he was the concept and everything in the prison was forbidden away from him.
Yeah,
So he probably didn't even know about Mir.
maybe. I mean, because we only freed him probably like what, like 2 or 3 weeks ago, game time. So he's only been out and about very briefly. But in that time, he couldn't remember that he had like come here to try to free his daughter.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Didn't he have an impression that like he knew that he had tried to do something?
Well, once you broke the forbiddance and made him get here, he went, now I remember this.
Well, he went, why the fuck did you bring me here? Because the last time I was here, bad things happened.
I mean, that's not the goal of how he acts. He is a bit of a, let's call it a brash character. So maybe that's how it comes off. But the goal of how that interaction goes was initially feeling like you guys were planning to pull one over on him and sort of get extra leverage on him. And then once he realized you weren't doing that, then he went back to being, okay, well, I could potentially be friendly.
Oh God.
So we tell him we believe your armor isn't working because the mirror of the dragons that powers your armor is imprisoned
Mm-hmm.
and also corrupted by the adversary.
Mm-hmm.
And my notes have in here, and obviously they're not scripture, but it says that he agreed to kill Arcario Thrabaxis when he gets out.
Yeah.
Yeah, if that is what you basically you're saying, you what I gave you the gemstone for was, you tell me why my armor isn't working, I kill a person, because that's what I do. I kill people.
And when he was like mildly hostile and asking why we brought him here, I think I revealed to him that we can divine him by quoting a vision which I thought had already happened, but apparently had not.
Not yet. Not yet.
So I'm looking forward to the time loop happening there, where I actually willed into existence what he says in that vision. And he says in return for us telling him how we can divine him, he'll go and kill all the star shadows that are on the planet right now. And we were like, cool.
I don't know if you phrase it exactly like that, but yeah, okay.
Okay. So we tell him, I think we tell him about the Rod's command, right?
Yeah, I think we told him how we divined on him. And then he said he would go kill the star shadows.
Mm-hmm.
And then he said, but first, can I free my daughter? And we were like, what? And apparently Nezgir Ood in cell 29 is his daughter. And it was him attempting to free her that led to him being imprisoned with that ritual in the first place.
That was his last action during the before times.
So we free Nezgir.
And who's Nezgir? What's her deal?
He's the mayor of all goblins. Or goblinoids.
Of all goblinoids, yes. And she has two other, I would call them special traits that are worth mentioning.
She has the ability to make people steely. The ability to give a mortal person a nature.
The way that she says is the way that it appears, at least, is she can touch people and make them immortal.
Which was a gift given to her by the court.
Mm-hmm.
The summer court specifically, or both courts? All courts?
You're not sure. She doesn't clarify.
Okay.
We should expel this information from our brains, by the way. I just had a realization.
I think that realization came up with On.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
just came to me this very moment again.
I don't think we have
not
a
good.
way. I don't think we have a way to expel that information.
Well, good thing you've already turned in your mind palace then.
Yep.
You don't have a way to get rid of that information yet. You will in a couple of levels.
Wait, could we? Oh my god, could we forbiddance ourselves?
And a couple
There
levels.
there is something like forbiddance that you can use.
Oh, that's going to bring up so many.
It's
more
lower level, so
quandaries.
it's 3 biddance. That's right.
Uh,
That one was
get
for all the
outta
listeners at home.
here.
Make sure to like and
Bonus.
subscribe.
Memory seal. Wait, can't one cast that now?
No,
What
because
is
it's
it
not
called?
it's not a divination ritual.
What's it called?
Memory seal.
seal.
Memory seal is a thing you're wanting.
Level 18.
Memory.
I would like to forget this information.
So you get this information from her, and so she is the mirror of all goblinoids. She can touch people and make them immortal. And what else?
Why are
So-
we using that on us, by the way?
Because Onda Song wants to become immortal, so she can enter that
Celestia.
place, Celestia, for reasons.
Yeah, but
Capital
why
R
don't we
reason.
become immortal?
I don't want
Well,
to become
that's-
immortal.
Well, I don't think that helps us.
I think many of us will soon become immortal when we hit level 21.
I think that if Filibuster or Griffle and myself become immortal, one of us will be re-rolling new characters.
I mean, that's you guys, but what about the rest of us?
We can burn that bridge when we come to it.
There was something about becoming seal. Oh, she wanted, it was like healing them so that they would like, because we said, I think we told her that some people were coming out of the pods like fairly fucked up.
Mhm.
And that if she could like try to help heal them, or if they're beyond healing, she could like mercy kill them.
So yes, Gary, you said there were 2 traits that were notable. The first
Mhm.
one being she can make somebody immortal.
She was a poisoner. Is that it? They're thinking of?
By
Well-
nature, I think she was. So she was like talking about how her kin, so goblins, have a propensity for poisons, but she like wanted to take a different path, and then I think she said she like had hoped that part of her like desire as the mere part of her like desire for this would rub off on us.
I don't have like a trait listed, but I do have that she said she was indebted to us and wanted to give us a gift.
Mhm.
And I don't know if we got that gift. I know you
I
kept
said we could
trying
We
use it
to.
later.
opted, yeah, we
Also
opted
asked me.
to hold on to it.
Okay. Yeah. I couldn't remember if like the help other people when they get out or kill them was part of the gift, or if it was a IOU situation.
Yeah, I thought it was I thought it was asking for help, but maybe not. Maybe there's more to it.
So the thing that I'm talking about is that her hand was like super old and then young, where she
Oh, yeah.
explained that she lived a full mortal life and then is who she is as an immortal, as the mirror. But there is this thing of it being a very, like, she can touch other people and have it done to them, but she is mortal. But she has this sort of thing that has that ability, can use it on herself. And so she's kind of in the middle. She's both mortal and immortal. She's in this weird middle state. And character-wise, it would be one of those things of, this is the only person you guys have met so far that doesn't sort of stay in their lane in those categories. You don't have a lot of people that seem to be able to willingly transition between one and the other.
Does she have a nature?
You don't know.
Perhaps she does when she's immortal.
Or maybe she's immortal in all aspects except for the fact that she doesn't have a nature.
Mm.
But which would protect her against the adversary, I would think.
We also asked her about some of the names we were called.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's where the poison thing came up. That Philly was called Progenitor of Poison and Venom Hand because of her. And she said something about Drac was forbidden. I don't know if I caught which one or what.
So a lot of Drock's stuff was not about him being specifically a goblinoid, but it was about his role to play, his potential role to play.
Perhaps,
So something
perhaps
with
as the Yellow Crusade.
Yeah, the Yellow Crusade. But the Yellow Crusade, is that forbiddenced? I don't think so, because we heard those people in the Iron
And I
Star
think that
talking
the
about it.
did we talk to the helm, the shard mine in the helm,
Mm-hmm.
or in a because I think he said something like the adversary was afraid of the Yellow Crusade, but then it ended up not being a factor.
It was one of the three things the adversary planned to get rid of when they came into normality. Into reality, not mortality, and they dealt with those three things, but none of those three things was the actual threat they should have been worried about. And I will say that there's kind of several traits and sort of things about being forbiddenced. And there is this feel that there is some part of the crusade that's forbiddenced, but that it gets referred to by a bunch of different things, sort of in a way to not have it be forbiddenced, right? Like the idea of the Summer Queen isn't forbiddenced. Calling her the Queen of the Seelie, that's not forbiddenced. But the actual names themselves are forbiddenced. And you guys have called it a bunch of different things, and different creatures have called it all kinds of different things, but nothing's attributed it like an official proper name. So that could still be a thing of the true name, the core identity of the crusade has been forbidden, and you've not encountered people that really understand or know it well enough to express. So you let her out. You kind of make the decision. All right, we've freed everyone we're going to free. We're going to pull the plug. Peace out. And then that's when it kind of goes to all right, we need to get our giant friend out. My question for you guys is, my notes say that you have Merc and his daughter stay in the prison to stay behind to deal with stuff as they come out. I don't remember. I couldn't find the spot where that was a decision that was actually made. So I want to double check with the players. Like, that's what my notes say, but I didn't find that section when I was trying to skip around the session near the end to see if that was an actual thing that happened.
I thought we were
That
taking three
definitely
people with
sounds
us.
like something that we decided.
I thought we were taking the goblin, sage, and the giant with us because I made a joke
No.
about some our crazy spaceship.
No, well, I think we were going to leave Nesgear because we were going to ask her to help because we took the tablet, so we knew all the cells were going to open. And so we wanted her and Merc Merc's going to stay and kill Arcariath Ravaxis. And she was going to stay and kind of sort out who's good, who's bad, who needs to be mercy killed. And then Merc was going to deal with the Star Shadows soon after.
Yeah, do this, then go deal with the Star Shadows is his plan.
Yeah, that was my understanding. And then I know we did take Sage, had agreed to come with us, and Coolveer.
Yeah, Sage agreed to come with you guys. He is very much on board with the idea of kind of the same thing that Hatterai is like, all right, you guys are going to go do this thing. It would be nice to go along and catalog these things, although he's a little bit more self-sufficient and direct than Hatterai is.
Another thing that I have that Nesgear told us was the 3 domains that Kulavir has inside
Oh
of
yeah.
him.
Hmm.
War, storm, and strength.
And they left him when he left the prison as well.
They did.
Oh yeah, that was like our last beat.
Yeah, because he like passed out.
Hmm. He could like feel all the giants, and then he passed out.
Oh, right, because Nesgear was like connecting with all goblin kind,
Hmm.
and Kulavir noticed it was like, I haven't connected with anybody.
Hmm.
What's going on?
Mm-hmm.
And we were like, I think there's still giants out there. We know of one. There's probably others.
Mhm.
And that's when he talked about Shernagar again.
Hmm.
He has that
They were-
moment of doubt right before you guys teleport out of the prison, because you have to help him get out, right? Because he can't just crawl through the tunnel; it's too small for him. You kind of have to line up the shot to get him to teleport out, and he has enough energy to do it. And then is having that thing of like, well, she can sense the other goblins, I can't sense the other giants. What happens if I walk out the door and I'm the last one?
Mhm.
Like that sort of
Thread
moment
the
of
needle like a very large sausage down a very small hallway.
Yep.
And I think he was like, I'll go check out like this location. And we were like, oh, what location is that? And he said Shernagar. And we were like, we don't know where that is. And he told us where the gods fell. It's known as the Plain of Eternal War. It's deep in the Astral Sea. And was it the Helm or something? Something translated to tell us that it's the Plain of the Iron Tower. And we
I
were
thought he
like,
told us it was a nickname or something.
He like
Maybe
pointed
don't
it
go
on the
there.
map, I think.
well, you were trying to kind of get being like, well, we don't know any of those things that you know of. Can you describe it in some other way? And he says, well, a lot of the souls that go there to battle, they don't know the name of the place that they are. They just know it is the place of war, and they all recognize it by the most distinctive feature, which is the massive tower in the center. So they all just know it as the land of the place of the Iron Tower.
I want to say that like it's entirely possible that there is another Iron Tower. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
you know, Gary could be pulling a fast one on us and being like, "Yeah, it's the Plain of the Iron Tower," but it's actually like, because it was that Iron Tower that we were in the wilds.
Hmm.
Also true.
isn't
Fortress of the Iron Star.
right, hold on. Campaign resources pinned. Wait, no, it's not. Is it setting discussion that's pinned?
I don't know what you're trying to get to, so I don't know how to.
The star map.
The star map is pinned in prosperity. It's below
Just below the
regional.
map. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's how I was finding it. I just forgot. Yeah, so the Iron Tower connection on our star map is in the Astral Sea.
Yes.
But again, like we don't know for sure that that's just. It seems likely, but we've made these mistakes before.
We've been burned before by his bullshit.
I
Don't
know.
tell the DM's
Well,
nonsense.
I don't know if
Don't
we actually
trust this
said it
motherfucker.
out loud. I kind of think we did. That we were just like, oh yeah, all of the dragons live there now. And he was like, fuck.
Yep, one of us said it.
I think one of you said it, and also you told him that it's the grandchild of Arcario Thurvaxis.
But we also said he is a huge ally in the war against the adversary. And Kulavir
He
said
did
something along.
say like
He was like,
he did
I won't.
concede. Yeah.
I'm not gonna like fuck with a
Enemy
weapon
of
that's
my
turned
enemies.
against the adversary.
Mhm.
Yeah.
But I would say, like, you can tell that there is instant, incredible distrust, where you're like, oh yeah, the plane is ruled over by a dragon, and he's like,
Not just any dragon, the grandson of Arcario Thurvaxis, whom I've heard you know.
yeah, who he calls the betrayer.
So that all worked out okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he teleports out, he makes it to the hallway, and then he connects. He's happy for a brief moment of, oh, I can connect with the other giants. Giant kind still exists. They are here, and then unconsciousness.
And let me tell you, if I weren't already at max concordance with my spear,
And so that's if no one else has anything they'd like to do from recap, that's where I'd like to start. Is all right. He just passed out. You saw this burst of divine power come away from him and spread out in every direction. What to now?
And so we have the tablet. Sage is standing right here with us, and Merc and his daughter are like very nearby.
Chilling in the prison.
They're in the prison. Yeah, you guys have left the prison. You've taken the tablet with you, and you've basically gotten to the edge, seen him collapse, and Merc and his daughter are preparing on the inside.
Moving forward now, we don't have any way of contacting Merc, do we?
Well, could
Planar
we
sending, but
could we potentially like contact through I keep forgetting her name, I'm sorry, Amir.
oh,
When you
yeah.
say contact through her, what do you mean?
Nesgear.
Well, yeah, like we're goblinoids and she's like essentially the embodiment of our whole like, you know, 3 races. Isn't there like Yeah, isn't there like a wouldn't there be like a way to kind of like touch that in some fashion?
That sounds like a good theory. She seemed to know things, and while you were talking to her, she very rapidly learned your all's language.
Yes.
So there is some connection there. So you make it outside. Coulivier collapses, and in that moment of like, okay, that's happening, Griffle, you get warning, like all of the alarm bells from your helm going off.
What now?
What now?
So from the helm, from the perspective of the ship, the entire planet is sort of rippling with a planar breach.
Uh-oh.
Like from the perspective of your helm, if you've seen one of those things where it's showing you what like an earthquake looks like, where you've got the epicenter and then everything is going out in ripples and changing whatever's there and altering the landscape. The helm is giving you that as this is what's happening, but not to the ground, but to the plane. You are at the epicenter of a planar earthquake.
What's the bet? This is what the Star Shadows were up to.
Yeah.
The helm knows enough to be able to recognize that it is not that side of the planet.
Oh.
I mean,
But
I
then-
presume it's because we had somebody planar teleport into this location.
Hmm.
We've removed the power source for a prison which contains people in demi-planes.
Yeah.
And this specific location is a really good jumping off point to go to other planes.
So maybe the planes are just shredding right here.
So maybe the adversary brought order and stability to a location that previously didn't have it.
Oh, good point. Glad to see you and Philly are on the same side.
Finally, someone's seeing it.
Shall we bore our way out?
I think so.
So the question that I have for you guys is, what are we doing from here? Because ostensibly the plan was, grab our friends that we want to take with us, walk out of this place, bebop into the sunset. The giant is like 40,000 pounds, and he is very unconscious.
Does Wizard's
We just-
Escape change his weight or just size?
He would not be willing for that.
But he's
He's
unconscious.
unconscious.
Do we have any rituals that only work on
No means no. You
I started typing wizard's consent into the compendium.
Just a thought. Maybe some of the two thoughts. First, maybe some of the planar readings going crazy are because we know there are a ton of sealed portals
Mhm.
in the
Yeah.
facility.
They're
And
sort of like demi-planes, right?
yeah, so like maybe the Ifrit opened the one to the city of Brass, but also maybe all of them.
Right.
So with
Um,
that line of reasoning, you can, talking as a group.
Can I add
Mhm.
another one?
Go ahead.
In case it, like I'm picking a lock and it knocks another tumbler. The second one is our ship able to detect if there's an incoming planar transport?
Yes.
Because the reason I was thinking this is because when we had our vision of Hardholm, the Battle of Hardholm, and we saw it from the perspective of people on the ground, they got like a warning like, hey, there's a massive planar thing coming into this location before it happened.
Correct.
So those are the two things I'm thinking.
So what you'll get is, kind of having this discussion, you start to see like the ship with you guys working as like a group. Griffel is the pilot and Griffel is the main person that does everything with this, but there is this expectation or this kind of understanding that everyone is linked to the ship. And when you're adding this context, the ship doesn't do a lot of like logical leaps by itself. It doesn't really problem solve. It just processes information and returns queries. So it does not do anything on its own. But then when you start asking these questions, you're to the air, you're also asking, and the computer will try to respond, right? Plucky will try to figure out what it is you're trying to get and give you that information. When it does, you can see that it's lighting up all of those previously warded, sealed, and partially inactive portals. They now show up on the sensors of the ship. The ship can sense that there are 14 open portals that are failing, that they're degrading and being torn apart. So all of the portals in the facility are being destroyed.
Oh no.
Oh, I wonder if it was like the power of the tablet was also maintaining the facility itself.
Oh, maybe.
Hopefully that guy got through his portal.
I'm
Or
sure
not.
he'll find a way.
So what you can see in the mind's eye of the ship is it locates all of the kind of places all the dots of here's where all of the like all the portals are that it's now able to see. And then it shows you there's some sort of like cycling mass of planar energy that is basically ripping the moorings off, that is destroying the connections that those portals have to their final destinations. And it's kind of like a whirlpool appearing and just tearing off all of the moorings of things on a dock, sucking everything down. Like it's not like it's attacking those things specifically. It's just caught in the edges of this massive planar breach.
So would we assume that the portals themselves are going to be destroyed, or that they're going to be opening up and be available for transit in between them at will?
They all fly open and then looks like they're starting to be ripped into pieces.
Okay.
So what does the group want to do?
I think get to the ship.
Try.
Plucky, can you print to PDF the list of those 14 locations?
It can do so.
EDF.
So the main question is going to be, are you leaving the giant here? If you are not leaving the giant here, how?
Oh man.
Theoretically, if I made Kulvir a living missile, could I just take him with us?
Don't you have a
How
grab?
long does that last for though?
The short answer is it doesn't last long enough. It might be help. It might be part of the equation, but it will not last long enough for you to get out of the facility.
How
Well-
much can your discs hold?
Not 40,000
Not
pounds.
22 tons.
I mean,
Don't
living
you have
missile
like a lift ability? Telekinesis or something?
for like 500 pounds. I could lift one toe. Oh, let's just cut his toe off, and then in case he
Can we
dies,
raise him?
we could
Yeah.
take it. We could resurrect him.
Does anybody have a heal?
Yeah.
One thing I want to make perfectly clear here: can you resurrect him? Maybe. So
Will he still be the mirror? Maybe
he has
not.
he has expressed an opinion that he has about people and things that get resurrected, and I
That's
think
right.
you've heard about this from the giants as well.
He didn't
So
like it.
part of the thing of resurrection is the spirit has to be willing. And I will say that your characters might know enough about giants and giant culture to know that there's a pretty reasonable chance the answer to that would be no. I'm not saying you don't do it. I'm just saying your characters have the cultural knowledge of the giants to go, oh, there's a reason that, Bedvere or Gwendolyn, they didn't resurrect their dead children. Like there is a cultural reason they didn't do that you guys have become aware of from knowing a little bit more about giants.
Good point.
Does popping a heal on an unconscious person revive them?
So if they have internal reserves, if they have healing surges, effectively yes. However,
He does not have any healing surges.
But
We
I
know
also-
that.
he has basically negative healing surges.
But I
Let me finish this and then I'll get to you. But basically what you're able to figure out in an initial look at him is he was being sustained, like his consciousness and him being able to function on even the most basic of levels was because of that he was the vessel for power. With that gone,
Oh. Can I? What do I call my fox spirit, by the way?
Foxy.
All full circle.
Foxy. May
That-
I ask a favor?
so the fox spirit will pop out.
Are you able to just go into him?
So the fox spirit looks over and then we'll kind of look back at you and then sort of give you a kinda.
Okay, what is kinda like? Are we talking like? Yes, but it's hard, or we kind of need to help him get out of here. Is the main thing.
And so the spirit shakes its head and basically says, like, it can't do that. If that's what you're wanting is go into him so he can leave here, she doesn't think that she can do that.
Good to know.
And she, typically speaking, if you're talking to the fox spirit, you would probably call it by like category that she is. She's one of the kind. So like the fox kind would be a way of referring to her. Like an in-world appropriate way of referring to her would be
Yeah,
the fox kind.
I feel you.
That is a good question. Is that something you want to try out to do a Comrade's Sucre to push extra healing and surges into him and see what you're working with?
Well, so my thoughts are, one, my heal has somebody else use a healing surge and it heals the other person.
Mhm.
But you said you were going to say something about that. Do I not think that would work?
You think that it might work for getting him like positive HP, but he still won't have the he'll still be negative, like in the negative healing surges, and so he won't be able to wake up. Like his body will be
Right.
fine, but he'll be in a coma.
Okay. Other thing, so we could try Comrade Sucker. I also saw Tensor's floating disc is only 3 feet in diameter, but does not have a weight limit. Oh no, it does. You roll for it. Just kidding. Never mind.
What's
What else?
the upper weight limit on that?
A ton.
Oh, not even
Still.
close.
Yeah. But then my other thought was, what about linked portal? Could we? Does that? I'm always confused about this, Gary. With linked portal, can I link my location to a spin disk?
Linked portal has to have something that you're shortcutting. So you shortcut linking your location with a permanent teleportation portal somewhere on the plane. You need to have something that you're using on your end. It can't just be any location.
Okay.
Also, I don't think that we can link him to our ship because I don't think our ship can hold 44,000 pounds.
That's true. Yeah, we really just have to wake him up.
Says you.
We actually
So-
had a conversation about the weight limits of the ship and the fact that we were approaching a normal capacity.
I will say that if one of the things you guys are planning on doing is we're going to stop long enough to do rituals like Comrade Sucre, you're going to get more information.
Okay.
Okay.
So if that is a decision being made, hey, we're going to wait here. We're not just going to peace out.
Yeah.
Then there
I
is more
think we
information
should
to
save
tell you.
him. I'm really not keen to just be like, nah, fuck this guy.
Yeah.
I think that
So
would be a bad.
we don't have a ton of healing surges left. Do we want to bring all of us down to 1 and put the rest in him? What do we want to do? We have 20 surges, so 19.
I reckon it's worth a try.
Yeah,
So
I was
we
thinking the
could-
same.
We could each have 1, and we could give him 14 surges or something. Because I feel like if Drock's baseline is 16, this guy's baseline is probably 1,000.
So this is the way the life suppression ability works. So he has to get his bloodied value in out of healing surge value in order to awaken,
Oh
in order
my
to
God.
become conscious.
And he's
This
at
guy's
negative
bloody
healing
value
surges.
is going to be like fucking enormous.
Well, but his
Oh.
healing surge value will be big too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's not necessarily how this works. If you're getting a surge from one of you guys, it's going to be whatever your surge value is. So, if Griffle gives a healing surge, it's not going to be 1/4 of his hit points. It's not going to be his healing surge value. It's going to be Griffle's healing surge value. You need to sink that much life into him to break the life suppression effect.
But when we move surges around, that doesn't really happen, does it?
It doesn't, but also it's impossible for a player character to have a negative value of surges. This is a specific thing that has been done to the giant.
Got it.
It's
Yeah,
definitely
let's just
surge.
dump all our surges into him.
Okay, so should we
I-
do truly all of them? Like all 19?
I think it would
Oh.
be well,
Gary's-
because hang on, the number of surges. If
Gary's
we do
telling
this,
us the bloodied value, so we could just
Oh.
calculate it.
okay.
So here's the thing. Mechanically, how this can work is the two ways that I have in my notes, basically, that makes sense, is you guys use Comrade Succor, you take off one surge, and whoever has the smallest healing surge value can knock off that surge. And then you would each tell me like how many surges you're giving him and give me what your healing surge value is until we can get to that number. Alternatively, you can basically cast it twice. You can dump all of your surges into Drock, and then Drock can put all of his surges in it, but that's going to net you a loss of a surge, right? So you're going to spend one surge to each of you guys give surges to Clovier, or you're spending 2 surges, one to give all of your surges to Drock to maximize each surge, and then one to give all of them from Drock to Clovier.
So, looking at the math, we have enough, so we just have to do it.
Okay.
Okay.
So, my surge value is 19. Is anybody lower than that?
So if Griffel and I both give all of our surges, just straight up, we'll be over 250.
Perfect.
Yeah.
What's your surge
23
value?
is my 23 is my surge value.
Oh,
Mine
mine's
too.
20.
So Griffel has 115 in surge value. And what's your surge value, Drock?
33. If we're still counting my weapon bonus and stuff.
Yeah, you would.
So
So
33.
just the two of them, they could give everything and get him up.
Cool.
But you guys are going to
Let's
be
do it.
running on pretty close to E.
So, Drock and Griffel give theirs. So then we have 9 left because we use 1 for the ritual. So how about I have 1 and the rest of you guys have 2?
And I think Griffel gets to keep 1. Yeah.
I think so, yeah.
Does it work out? Okay, cool. So then we each get 2.
Yeah, exactly. So Griffel gets to keep 1 surge, drain all of Drock's surges, drain all but 1 from Griffel, spend one of minis for the ritual, and then you have whatever basically Morin's and Filibuster's surges added together plus 1 from Griffel. That's pretty much the whole group. So you guys have, what is that? 1. So you have a total of 10 surges to split among the party. So yeah, you could do 2 a pop.
2 each, yeah. Seems reasonable.
So you can get enough into him to get him to the point of being able to open up his eyes. And when he does, you can tell that he's lost a lot of the piss and vinegar from when you first woke him up. Like he's a much more subdued giant now. He doesn't seem like he's like depressed or anything. Just he's not as crazy gung-ho as he was. He's acting a little bit more like he did, after he saw what happened to the Orcish mirror, rather than how he acted when he first woke up. So with him being able to move, it is difficult for him to move through the facility and the corridors, but it's not impossible for him to do so. That being said, the process of spending the time, spending the 5 minutes to cast this ritual to move everything over, you're going to get the progression of the planar disturbance and the mooring lines of all of the other portals being ripped apart in that 5 minutes and being destroyed can also give you a distinction that there is like a planar vortex that's opening up where the prison is, and that the entire prison is preparing to shunt itself somewhere else.
Wait, isn't that what it was like initially going to do when it was complete? Do we want it to do that?
That is what it was going to do. I don't think there's much we can do about it at this point.
Can we tell where?
Oh. Griffel, I keep forgetting that your dungeoneering is actually really good.
It is.
Do you have any bonuses through the helm for dungeoneering for like planar stuff? I can't remember.
I do, yes. It's to know information about planes. I don't know if that counts as.
It would count for this. I don't know what the number is.
It's plus 10.
Is it plus 10? Okay.
Yeah, it's good.
So you'll know where this is going. This is going to the blank spot on your map.
The
infinite
infinite
rings.
rings.
Which is where they pick up all the prisoners.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't we think that the middle of the Infinite Rings was like a prison or
We
something?
did.
Hmm.
Did think that.
Would we know that this is a different location than where, if the Formian had been put in the cell, it would have been shunted to?
So from what you guys know, the prison transport ship seemed to be transporting things from the location of that is blank on the map, from what you guys think is
Yeah.
the inside of the rings to here, and then it was gonna set up this whole thing, put it into the prison, and then shunt it off to someplace else. You didn't really know where that second someplace else was. But either this is like some sort of fail safe, or potentially they were drawing them to that spot and then drawing them out of there to here to continue doing stuff with it, and then it went back there. You're not exactly sure what the connection is between that place and here, but that is where this thing is going. And since you guys are here for the full ritual casting to do the stuff with getting the giant back into consciousness, you can see that long tunnel right behind that very innocuous-looking small door. That long tunnel starting to warp and change and look more alive. It looks more like you're looking down the throat of a creature than it does look like a tunnel. And you get this sense of like heat and warmth and light coming from the tunnel, or heat and warmth and life, sorry, not light, coming from the tunnel, giving you this impression that the stone and the world around is becoming more alive. And one of the last things you hear is the tunnel starts to twist, and that mooring, that sense of like tearing everything from the mooring, the twisting of the entire prison, the twisting of the plane around where the prison is, right as it starts to like actually tear the physical place apart. As you guys got Kulivir conscious so he can get out. One of the last things you hear is this incredibly loud roar come from the prison, and as the roar fades, you get this strange feeling, this creeping on the back of your neck, as in the distance you can hear the rolling sounds of goblin laughter, and then the plane rips apart. The entire prison and the area around it teleports away.
I hope he'll be able to get
I
out.
love that.
So you guys head out. When the prison itself teleported away, it took good chunks of the area around it, but it didn't really directly damage the facility. It was more that, the facility being next to this effect played merry havoc with all of the stuff. And then a big chunk of the ground that it was built on vanished. And so parts of the facility collapse in on the now what is effectively a giant sinkhole under this facility. It is not going to take any sort of special things. You guys are Paragon characters. You can make it out of the building. But there is this sense that you're kind of having to rely on the fact that you guys are very competent, if that makes sense, where it's like you're looking at this going, this would be really bad if we weren't really good. Like, we have the tools to deal with this problem. Not a lot of things do. And you guys can make it to the surface, make it back to your ship.
What does the planet surface look like visually as we get back on our ship?
So the area where that you went into was already somewhat of like looking like a sinkhole, right? So the entrance to the crystal cave already looked a bit like a sinkhole, which is this over here. And then that was below. Now when you come up, that giant lake of that's like weird stuff that you found out was ground bone, basically. That lake collapses into this now bigger cavern down below, and you can see the whole area around it is slowly collapsing in as this huge chunk of earth, this huge chunk of like foundational bedrock has vanished, and everything is kind of collapsing in after it. The planet itself doesn't look really any different. When you guys fly up and effectively zoom out, it's a major effect when you're on the ground next to it, but as soon as you get 500 1,000 feet up, it stops looking quite so impressive. So Kulavir will get to the surface. He can natively fly, so he'll fly slowly next to you all. He does not seem to like the concept of flying out into space, but he'll fly out into the sort of upper layers of atmosphere. The atmosphere around this planet is really big compared to how big the planet is, so he doesn't have a problem flying up in the upper atmospheres. But since he is woken up, he hasn't said anything.
Okay. Is he like floating next to the ship like Bedvere used to, or like?
Yeah, he doesn't get quite as close to the ship as Bedvere would. Like Bedvere sort of, again, on the size tier that you function with, Bedvere kept in sort of conversational distance. Kulavir doesn't. Like he flies close enough that you can always see him, but he is far enough away that it would be, impossible to mentally communicate with him, and very, very difficult to yell at him to try to get to conversation. So he's sort of set aside.
Okay.
So what does the group want to do now? You have your keystone. You've got the next piece.
We're on the ship.
You would get up to the ship. As soon as you make it to the ship, there is a moment of, I don't even know if I can call it awkwardness anymore, because it happens every time you bring somebody new to the ship. Sage vanishes, and you're like, okay. He's gone for his moment. And then he comes back, and he doesn't seem bothered by the experience. He's basically the only person you've brought onto the ship who's bamfed off to go talk to Bedvere, to Al-Shaib, and then come back and been like, okay, that's a thing that happened. Moving along.
You should warn him.
We warned him pretty good.
You did
I
warn
feel
him pretty good, but even the
I feel
people you warned come back like, okay, what the fuck?
But Sage kind of knew what a Maharaj Jinn was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also was probably like showed up in front of Al-Shaib and was like, I'm racist towards your kind. And Al-Shaib was like, okay. And that was their conversation. No, I'm sure it was something else. I would like to speak out to Al-Shaib and say, Al-Shaib, we have freed the Efreet, Harik ben Sadir al-Samir al-Sibin. And we believe he intends to kill he who bound you. So if you could keep an eye on that and let us know, / not kill us if your binding comes off.
So you get this, like, normally Al-Shaib gives sort of a big response. He tends to not, unless he's specifically being quiet, he tends to not be a super subtle person. But you get something kind of like a really slow nod. And then he says, my friend, when the time comes, I will not have a choice to remain bound or not. It will happen or it will not.
Also, as a second question for you, long ago, we were going to have you meet someone, I think a gnome technician named Physic. And you said you did not want to meet with him because he had the taint of Sanctuary's beacon on him. Am I remembering that correctly?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Was the taint of Sanctuary's beacon the taint of winter?
It is an interesting thought, my friend, but no. There is a sense of the city of brass, power from the elementals that is on the beacon at Sanctuary.
Oh.
Taint from the city of brass.
Hmm.
And by exposing yourself to that taint, it would alert individuals from the city of brass to your presence?
Potentially, depending on how much they are bound. My trick to hide the location of the ship from the ones that have bound me is not perfect.
So Mason al-Harik does not know your location.
If he did, you would no longer have a ship.
Interesting. Okay.
That's fair.
Thank you.
So you guys get back, get onto the thing. You've got a Titanic mirror that's floating kind of off to a short distance to one side, and then Sage gets on. He has a few minutes of conversation, and then comes back out the other side, and then immediately, sort of politely excuses himself and goes below decks.
Hmm.
So, what do you guys want to do from here?
I wanted to do ascending to Aegis and to Bedvere to let them know what just happened, but I'm not sure exactly what we want to say or not say, or if we think that's a good idea. Anybody have any strong opinions?
I don't think we want to talk. I don't think we want to say like that we've asked for Arcarius Revaxus to be killed. Because we don't know. I don't think we know how he's going to feel about that, and I just think we need to like not
Hmm.
make that an issue.
So do we
Like, I don't
maybe
think
only...
he needs to know.
Okay. So do we only want to do ascending to Bedvere?
Oh.
Or do we even need to do ascending to Bedvere? I guess I was thinking about telling him Coolbeer was free, but maybe that's not even necessary.
Would he even know who Kulavir was? I mean, I'd like. Don't
Yeah, I
get me
don't
wrong.
know.
It's probably still worth doing, but we could maybe ask.
When we freed Nesgear, did you, Drock, Filibuster, Griffle, feel any sense of connection to her?
Yes, that was specifically brought up, I think.
Like, did you feel when it happened?
I don't know if
Gary?
we felt when it
I
happened, but I
didn't-
thought Gary said we felt like we knew her, similar to how we felt like we knew people from the visions.
Yes,
Mhm.
Correct. Yeah.
it was a sense of familiarity. Yeah.
So would Bedvere perceive that the giant mirror is
Ooh.
free?
You're not certain. There did seem to be some level of proximity, and there was a certain amount of time, right? Because when she was talking to you all, her language was really bad at first, and then she slowly got better at understanding how to speak modern Goblin as you were having the conversation with her. and so there is some sort of like maybe time element, maybe distance element, and she didn't seem to have like, she had more information that you could tell that she was using the information from from you all, and she didn't seem to have like every goblin in the universe all at once. So you're not sure how much of that translates. You don't know how the mirror thing works. You know conceptually what it is, but how it functions is still a bit fuzzy.
He did seem like he felt connections with his kin before he passed out, though.
Yes.
But it might be like a one-way connection.
True.
Yeah.
Or
So
one
maybe
way at
we could
distance.
ask Bedbeer, like,
Felt
hey,
anything new?
notice anything different?
I mean, if you want to.
Yeah, I mean, do we think it's worth it, I guess?
I don't know what I don't know what it would accomplish.
Yeah. Okay. I guess I was just thinking like, I don't know if he like had instructions for Coolivir or like go here, it's safe, but maybe he doesn't even need that.
Maybe
wouldn't that all be
because
learned
we
over
know. Oh my gosh, can we send him to Tantarus
Well, that's what I was thinking
to
too.
meet up
Like,
with?
yeah,
But he
but
would
I don't
learn
know.
that knowledge over time, right? Like it doesn't really matter if we tell him or not.
Well, we could tell
We could tell
Coolivir and meet.
Bedbeard.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Isn't
We
Bedbeer
could
kind
say
of like
something like we could say
homebound?
something like we have freed your mirror, or yeah, we have freed your mirror. If you want to like, if you feel anything or want to meet him, let us know.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I was thinking, something along those lines. But I don't know if we feel like it's necessarily like worth it.
Also, can we even send to Bedbear? He's like warded himself, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it would even work.
Yeah, you've not tried, but I'm not sure if it would work. Although you know that you could like walk through the barrier and it wasn't a problem. I mean,
To be fair, we
at
could
least
also
not
walk
for-
through the
not
barrier
for
to the
some of
prison.
us.
it was not a problem as in there was nothing stopping you. It was just not a very fun experience.
Maybe for some of us.
But yeah, that's a question. Like, do you want to try to send to Bedveer? And then like you're trying to figure out like what the plan is moving forward, because it's like, normally you kind of have a plan of, we can talk to this people, we can do this thing. Right here, you've got your piece. For the moment, at least, it seems like the alienist and his crew and his people, or the Shadows, can't follow you. Is it time to head out? Is this something, do you want to do something more with the Shadows that are here? Are you doing something more on the planet? Are you sending out to people that you need to have information for? Like, what's the plan of action moving forward?
Well, we need to. Can we go collect our buddy Sol?
Yep.
Because he was like hiding near the space station, right? He was like, I'm not coming out.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, he wasn't hiding near like the far station, but he was hiding near the debris and the ruins, and was like, yeah, I'm gonna stay here until everything blows over, because fuck that.
Like the coward he is.
Yeah, so I think get him and use the borer and peace out. But then if we have, downtime again, that's when I would do these sendings.
That sounds like a good plan. Give me just 1 second, because
I
there's
feel like
nothing-
we maybe wanna book it out of here pretty quick, to be honest.
Yeah.
I
So
mean,
what
I also want a long rest before we get anywhere else dangerous, but we're probably traveling long enough.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, I didn't move you guys over here. Hang on, sorry. So you get the fourth and final rune, the fourth and final piece.
Map time.
Map time.
So you kind of get people back together. The giant stays off to one side. You can tell that there is some sort of there's an initial oh, what is this going on? Oh, okay, it's potentially a friendly, as the people aboard the pirate ship are very concerned that the thing that is vaguely near you but not close enough to maybe be obvious that it's with you has that moment of should we be worried? No, okay, cool.
Look, fair enough,
And so the captain will fly the ship over. Will stand kind of on the gangplank, at the as far on the edge of his ship as he can, where he can call out across and be in quote unquote conversational distance with you all, and say, "Have you found what you need? Where to next?"
We did. No thanks to you.
What?
Toxic.
He
Technically true.
hid.
Well, he's delicate.
He did. He doesn't feel bad about it either. He's like, I don't have the guns that you have. So
We're in the upper right. Yeah.
I'm not driving a warship, so you're right. I did not go fight because that thing looked like it was gonna kick our ass.
You can tell that Griffle's kind of a little about it, but not actually mad about it,
Mm-hmm. So yeah, is the plan to open the border and then potentially do sendings and stuff afterwards?
Yeah, but can we communicate with Colvier and let him know what's happening? I don't think we've told him really the plan, right?
Yeah. So what do you want? You can fly over to Gulliver. He doesn't fly away from you if you make it clear that you're flying directly to him. He just defaults to a distance that's not easy to talk to him at.
Mm-hmm.
So what do you want to say to him?
Colvier, we will be opening the border now to our final destination. You do not have to stay with us, but you are welcome to come. We also could contact Bedvir Lugos on your behalf if you would like to speak with him.
So he nods and goes, "I would speak with this Bedvir. Yes, but first, I have a king to put into line."
Come again?
Who's that?
King Nar, fifth of his name. He does not remember what it is to be giant kin. He has forgotten the oaths we take to protect those smaller than ourselves. We as Titans were placed at the top during the ordering not to rule, but to serve and protect the creatures weaker than ourselves. My people have forgotten what they are, have forgotten their duty. I will remind them. This Bedvir you speak of, some shred of what it means to be giant, managed to survive to this barbaric age through the ghost of a memory. He thinks in ways that are strange to me, but somewhere in the depths of the stories he has heard and things that he tells himself, the core of what it is to be a Titan is there. But they've had no one to guide them. Their king should have guided them. Their king will learn.
Where's King Nar?
Is this a question you're asking to him?
Yeah.
The plane of elemental air. The throne of the storm giant was ever there, a place at the beginning where the All-Father gave the ordering to all giantkin. We hold that seat because we should remember. He does not remember.
You can tell for those of you guys that have been around some of the giants a little bit longer, and you can hear him talking. There is a combination of like anger and sorrow and loss. Like he's confused that the things are the way they are, but there's some element where it looks like he's kind of blaming himself. Like the giants don't remember who they are, and that's kind of supposed to be his job.
Yeah, but he was in prison.
Mm-hmm.
But he allowed himself to be captured. So I don't know. So he
Wow,
still probably
Brock.
blames himself.
You prefer veterans who
Brock's
weren't
been doing a lot
captured?
of victim blaming today.
Is
It's
that what
really
you're saying,
weird.
Drock?
No, I'm just saying you can feel guilt even though you've been captured, because then the mentality is you allowed it, right?
Yeah, the Canadian missed the reference, I think.
Oh, maybe, I don't know.
I wish
there
I
a-
missed that reference.
Right. Is there a star there? If you
There
move
is.
that disc?
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
So what I am going to do, since you've placed the thing, I'm going to move you over to this.
Wait.
So this is the key. This is the solved copy of what it all looks like. What it all looks like when it's put together.
Wow.
Excellently done, you folks.
Josh, do the song.
Da, 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 da.
I don't know what I expected it, but it wasn't that.
That's
Wait,
the puzzle solving
hang on.
song.
I'm high
I
as hell.
don't-
You're about to get shot.
There's too much like other stuff on here. What am I looking at?
Here, I'll pull over. This is the final version of the map.
Okay.
This is our final destination.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So you can tell, both storyline wise, and you can feel when the boar opens up for the final time that this is the last jump.
Nice.
Let's do
Okay,
it.
that's cool.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
So the boar opens up. It's, he basically says, yeah, I'm going to go. When you guys are going, he doesn't seem like he's going to plan to go with you. He has something that he wants to do. And it kind of looks like he's only being around just to be a little bit polite. So, he's not going to be rude as you free him and then he exits stage left.
Fair enough.
How is he getting off the planet, though?
You ask him?
He can
Yeah.
fly.
Well, yeah, but he can't fly through space. So I'll ask, like, what means of transport does he have?
He shakes his head.
You do not understand, and this is a thing of the All-Father. No giant, no storm giant, no one that could call itself Titan would ever lose the ability to go home.
He holds his hand up, and you can feel through the ship, he can just will a portal to the elemental air into existence next to him.
That's cool.
That is cool.
Ooh. Is it any at all similar to the location in the plane of elemental air that we entered briefly in the Stormhounds?
It is. And it's that innate ability that was causing the storm as Bedvir's sorrow was drawing in the plane of water and air. That caused all the things back in the Reach. So he's using that same ability, but he's and using it with intentionality that at that time Bedivere was not. So he is going to will open a portal home, and once he is hearthed, he will deal with the problems.
Portal unlike the kind of portals On does, right?
Paladins in this world can literally bubble hearth.
It's not. That's beautiful, but it's not like On's portals. On's portals are still unique. You've not seen anyone do anything like On does, like her like tear open a hole like she's opening up a curtain. That is not how his portals work. His portals look like the older school, like you've seen some like permanent portal stuff, like the portal into Celestia. It looked like this. So you open the door. If you guys are okay with him leaving, and he's going to basically be like, I will come with you if you want, but you've said that you don't necessarily need me, or that I don't need to come with you. If I don't need to go with you, I do have something I'd like to go do.
I think that's fine.
Yeah, I think it's fine.
Yeah.
So he goes and
Feels
bamps out,
bad about it.
and you guys open the hole. And when you look down the tunnel, right, is the ship goes into space. You guys get ready to go. You do your thing of angling yourself where you're going. You can see the star from the end of the tunnel. Like normally when you're going places, seeing things from a distance isn't really something. Like you're going to like planets. You're going to systems. This tunnel, at the end of it, the very middle of the tunnel is just the star. And you set in the course and the destination, and the ship kind of shudders for a second when you put in the destination, and then it settles. And after a second, you get this message from, like, you can see the other ship coming up closer, and the other navigator gestures out for you, Griffle.
Yeah, I go over.
So she says, I can see this effect that you are having. I know to just follow it, of course, but well, we've come up with a little bit of a system for placing an idea of where we're going and using the magic of our ship to get there. But there is... She kind of waves her hand, and there is this sort of ripple in the air around her. And as soon as she kind of brings it to your attention, Griffle, you can feel this sense of like dread and terror and like a closed door that you should not open in your mind.
Ooh. Is it like just me, or?
You get like looking around at the crew, you can see that everyone on their crew senses this, but she kind of like did the effect to kind of bring you into what they're all feeling.
Right. Okay. Many times before we have traversed places unknown, and while we have faced great danger, we have always prevailed. We believe that this is necessary, and this is what we have been journeying for all this time.
She nods and says, my captain would be potentially one not to admit this, but the crew will have a hard time going here. This sensation is one that is known to us of the Gith. If there is a powerful danger, there are ways of setting up warning signs. Some of them are physical, but others can be psionic. A way to say that an area has been corrupted. It might be afflicted with the curse of the adversary, or the Forerunner's curse, sorry, the curse of the Forerunners. But this is a thing you can sense from many feet away in many instances. I believe someone in our crew mentioned that he felt it as far away as 100 feet from the location of the thing to be avoided. But this we are sensing when we put that into our destination. We have not encountered any warnings that are this powerful. That you could sense it from a system away, I would have told you it was impossible.
So they're sensing Forerunner's Curse radioactivity.
They're saying that they've encountered these sort of like psychic warning signs, hey, this is a no-go zone. And those things happen where there are like really obvious dangers. For example, a place that has been afflicted with the Forerunner's Curse, it would get a little psychic, stop sign on it that says, hey, don't go here, it's dangerous. And they've had these in the past as they've been exploring. They found ones, and she'll even say that members of the crew have left them behind. But none of them have felt anything near the potency of this thing.
Do I feel anything?
Okay.
No, you don't sense anything. At least not from your ship.
Okay. And I mean, Crom really was coming with us because he is Salfa Garen and he wants us to destroy the labs, which we did say we were fine with doing. So their ship really doesn't need to come with us.
Also, if Saul Garen said that he did not want to assist in freeing the Summer Queen if he was going to go searching for the Summer Quartz.
The Winter.
But
Quartz.
he wants us
Or
to
winter.
get rid of our lab before he'll like go anywhere though.
Yeah, so why don't we just get rid of our lab and then we can part ways?
Yeah.
So I will say two things real quick. First is he does want to be vaguely in the vicinity to see this thing happen, because as you've sort of explained the quest to him, he was kind of like, yeah, that sounds like it is just a good thing. Like not even just like a perspective good thing. That seems like a capital good thing to do. I kind of want to enable it, but I also don't want to directly interfere, because if someone's got to go and wake up Winter, I don't want any direct ties to Summer. So he kind of wants to be there, but in the background, if possible.
Well,
and then the second part is you guys just to kind of reiterate a discussion from jettisoning the lab in the previous thing is if you jettison the lab, it is either going to be fairly dangerous because you're going to launch it into the cloud to blow it up, or there is the potential that the alienist would be able to get his hands on it. Because I think you were trying to not have that be a possibility.
Oh, right.
Wait, but didn't we destroy the alienist ship?
You did. Again, I'm not saying that it's like this is the exact same as previous, but I'm bringing up what the Cliff Notes version of that discussion from last time as here's our start point, right? This is the problem, is destroying the alienist's ship, and we think we're going to the final destination. Is that enough to turn those people that said, okay, we don't want to risk the ship blowing up or the lab being captured rather than exploding? Does the change of the alienist not necessarily having a ship mean that those people are more willing to take that chance?
Say so.
So a question I have though is, could Salfa Garen come onto our ship and go with us, and we could send his ship back? Because I feel like it's a lot of potential collateral damage for people who really don't need to come with us to this.
So if you bring that up, he will make the point that no, he can't come aboard your ship for several reasons.
Oh, right. He's got the ring. Okay. Yeah.
I think he also doesn't want to talk to Al.
Right.
The divination on the ship projections would reveal his identity.
Also true.
Okay, so we need to find some way to protect his crew from this effect.
She's going to make a point basically of like, they don't feel like it's one of those things of like, oh, this is going to stop them from going forward.
Oh,
But
okay.
it's one of those things of like, it's going to affect morale on a certain level of being like,
Sure.
hey, we want to make sure that you're aware that, we're walking into a thing that says stop, do not go, do not enter here, everyone turn around, giant radioactive sign. And also our crew has died from radiation poisoning fairly recently. So if
that was a
you're
thing.
going to go and do that, we want you to be giving us some sort of assurances that like we're not going to be walking into death.
Mhm. Well, we can't. So make a choice.
But also, I think that these signs specifically for this location are intended to make you leave, not
Yeah.
that they are an
Accurate.
actual warning.
I think that's probably true. I think it's probably in like concordance with the forbiddance type stuff.
Is that what you're going to tell them? Is that, yeah, we think this is like a fake warning sign effectively? It's not used like the ones that you've seen?
Yes.
Okay. So you've done enough stuff and you've done enough cool things around them that they're gonna, there's not like a diplomacy check needed for them to trust that more crazy bullshit than they do, because they've seen that be true a couple of times already. But you can tell that there's like almost like, we'll see. We'll start the process, and we expect there to be a major problem between here and there, but we'll burn that bridge when we get to it.
Perfect.
So they set it in there, they set the course. And once it's sort of been brought to your attention, Griffle, you can feel that shutter that happened when you put the destination into the ship's computer. That's probably what happened. Like, you guys hit the same warning sign, but the forbiddance around the ship just sort of negated the effect of the warning. So the ship took a second to process through what was happening and then keep going.
Right.
And you can tell that, you can see basically on the ship's logs and sensors, like, okay, this was the effect that happened. It's been pushed away from us. Yeah. So you can see that it's not just their ship that's getting this. You guys got it too. You just weren't affected by it.
Yeah.
So is it time to hippity hop?
So if we know where the star is, do we know roughly how long it'll take to get there?
Yes.
And what is that time?
1 second. I somehow do not have that open right now for no reason that I can properly tell. That is names. There we go. That set of notes for the cause distances. It's going to take you. What's this? Is this correct? Yes. So this is correct. So to get to your destination, it's going to take you about 4 days.
And now that we've used the borer a lot, do we know more about it? Like, could we close the tunnel behind us?
We couldn't figure that out. We tried to figure that out before.
Correct. You do know that the tunnel degrades behind you to the fact that it's not going to be here forever. Like, it gets used up. So like, this thing doesn't hold the tunnel open. It opens the tunnel, and then immediately the dust and the cause starts to fill back in the hole. It just takes time for that to happen. So you head off. So we will kind of have a thing here of if there's anything you guys would like to do in this sort of final chunk of downtime. Now would be the, hey, what are we doing here before we get to the queen? And I am going to direct y'all's attention to the channel that I set up for this potential conversation that's going to be happening that you totally used.
Mm-hmm.
But just as a note, that is something that you guys can potentially think about as you're moving through.
You expect me to remember a channel from a month ago?
It's just funny because sometimes you're like, hey, we should make this channel so we can brainstorm this thing. And sometimes you guys, literally have like a single comment in 2 months. And then other times you have 300 messages in like an afternoon, randomly a week and a half after it's created.
Okay, but Gary, you were like, like maybe next session you guys are gonna go get to talk to her, and then like 6 months later we're like,
That is fair.
Wonder what's going on with this weird prison thing.
But I also assumed you guys were going to see that the prison thing was here and then take the power source and leave. So, because in my head, I was preparing for the two primary options to be they take the thing and run. And what happens if they try to Indiana Jones the thing with one of the other tablets they have?
Oh, yes.
Because those I thought were the two things that were most likely to occur.
Okay, so that would have been very funny. What would have happened?
You maybe find out later. Because I was like, well, I think what they're going to be initially driven to do is this. And then I don't think they're going to do that because just to sit here and ask questions and talk to things. But I think they're not going to be able to do it because they have this time element on them. And I think that they're going to kind of treat that as like, okay, well, we need to do a different resolution. And then they'd either grab the thing and run or try to do an Indiana Jones. Hey, we don't necessarily need the last two that we have or the last three that we have of these plaques. We can just throw one in there, hope that it works as a power source and leave and see what happens. And then you guys didn't do that, which the way that it resolved, I think, was more fun. And I really, really enjoy this, even though it's going to cause me to do some pretty significant rewrites of what happens with the prison.
Okay, but then also, I feel like the glyphs are kind of like maybe going to be important, not just for finding the queen, but like for something else as well. So if we'd left one of them behind, we might have got there. And she's like, "Hey, did you bring my glyphs?" And we're like,
Yeah. That's definitely a thing I was planning to have happen. It's not true now because you have all of them. So you're right on the money that yes, that was going to be one of the things of being like, oh shit, we've left one of these pieces behind.
Left the first one, right?
Sort of, yeah.
Yeah.
So you guys have the impression of the first tablet, and the Sphinx was able to sort of give you a compartmentalized version of the impression and something that'll last. The same thing that you did with the tablet at Tantarus, she gave you a longer term version of that, and then you took the Tantarus tablet anyways. So you guys head off, have the last 4 days. As you start to get closer, you can tell that the other ship stopped firing its engines pretty significantly before you guys. So like normally you're just sort of like, full thrust ahead, get halfway there, reverse, full thrust backwards. The other ship is doing the same thing, but they spun around to turn backwards well before you guys are doing it on your trajectory. Yes, you guys are level 16. So this is now the point. Everyone has leveled up. You are going to be going into the last spot as level 16 characters. So you guys make it into the system, and you can see that there is pretty much as soon as you get there, that sensation on the ship of the psychic warning sign has been growing stronger and stronger and stronger the further you've gone. And now that you're in the system, it's strong enough that it's overriding some of the defenses on the ship itself and sending this message, the message of turn back, go away. This place is destruction. Basically,
No, don't.
doom, doom, doom is what you get from the system. But as you get there, you're the star is huge. You're in a place that's quite close to the sun at the end of your destination, and you can see that the other ship set up its thing too, so it ends not nearly as close to the sun as you guys do. Whereas you guys come to where the sun is taking up basically the entire side of one ship because you guys are quite close to it. And when you enter into the system, you can pinpoint the location of that psychic warning sign. And off in the distance, you can see that there is some sort of like station. There's a thing that's floating out in space. It's definitely artificial, but it's also, sending out these psionic waves, and you see a little cloud of smaller stations around it, sending these psionic waves out into space.
Is it saying anything other like of substance other than just like go away?
Not really. I mean, it doesn't. It's not like It's sending vibes more than it's sending anything else, right? It's sending a psionic signature of you should avoid this. Do not open this door. This is a bad idea. So what do? You get into the system. You don't see any planets. You don't see any things. You see the star, and relatively close to the star is this giant station with this huge warning sign on it that says "Do not touch."
Obviously, we go touch the station.
Clearly.
Touch the butt.
Nemo, touch the butt.
So is that the plan? Head over, go touch the butt?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do we have any kind of like Geiger counter?
Not really.
Okay. Well,
Yeah, you basically learn that they have something like them on Crom's ship, but it's not it's like a magical thing that does something very similar. It's not like a working mechanical device. It's nothing. So Crom's ship does come up behind you all. They are keeping a bit of a distance from the star, but there is this thing that they don't want to get close to that station because they're still getting those waves of vibes of like, this is the worst ever. Do not go here. This is all bad. Oh, I should.
Nah, don't even worry about it. It's fine. And then I just get the ship over.
So ideally, I now actually put you on the map instead of continuing to explain a thing that I have graphics for and did not pull you over. If I do that, by the way, if I'm like, oh, this is what this thing is and what's going on, like if there's no graphic, like poke me, because sometimes there's no graphic and sometimes I just completely forgot to pull you guys to the correct map.
Or it's like a Dyson sphere.
It does. It does look like a sphere as you get closer to it, but there are these long arms sent away, and there are these sort of look like much smaller versions of the same thing in a cloud around the primary station.
This might be the first time I've said that the grid lines are actually slightly confusing. Is that circular structure in the middle? Is that a mirror?
1 second.
Mirror?
Grid. There you go. That help?
Yeah, it does. Yeah, so
And
it looks
yeah.
like it's like perfectly reflective, yeah?
Yes, it does look perfectly reflective.
Okay, because I don't see the superstition's end in the reflection.
And you look, no, that's actually relevant. Like you can sort of position your ship close enough to where you should see yourself in the reflection, and it is not there.
No, it isn't.
So, like, the
Interesting.
bit down here, that's still part of the sphere, right?
Yes.
So what's all this, like, gas down here? What's that?
So it's not a perfect representation because it's I couldn't
Oh,
get it to do the thing that both look like what I wanted it to do and didn't have a planet in the background. So I apologize about that. There isn't a
Oh,
planet.
okay. So the planet is just not there. Okay.
Yeah. So ignore the planet. This is I've got a bunch of good representations that showed the like vibe that I wanted, but it was basically impossible to get it to show the lack of station. So I can show you guys another one that I got close, but it didn't have the reflective element, which is an important piece of this. But yeah, so you have this sort of strange mirrored orb, and then it has this sort of fractal pattern of things built off of it. Like it's got arms with little stations all around it, and then it has a swarm of other stations that almost look spider-like that are spread in a cloud around this other station that are all generating that message of turn away from here.
Do those look like space mines?
Yeah, they look like they might explode.
They do look like they might explode.
Not ideal. My next question was going to be, does the structure of this sphere and its reflectivity remind me of the containment facility for the entity in the Eldritch Lab?
There is definitely an element of that, yes. There is something of the reverse of that, I guess. This seems to be like the containment lab had all of the mirrors facing inward.
Yeah.
This seems to have all of them facing outward.
And remind me, the reflectivity in the lab was to prevent. Was it to prevent the like eye beams? They would just be reflected back into the cell, or was it to prevent psionic communication outside of the cell?
No, the mirrors was to basically make it really dangerous for the entity to use its eye beams, and there were mirror suits that you could wear that would also protect you. So
Right. Okay.
that was the purpose of the mirrors. You're pretty certain that's not the purpose of this mirror, and also this thing has a much more insane proportionality to it.
Right. Okay.
Like the station itself, like that center orb, is maybe like a mile across. It's a little bit smaller than the giant space station you guys saw at the first spot, right where the temple was. It was directing all the energy into where the temple is.
Mm-hmm.
This thing is slightly smaller, not small enough that it'd be able to fit through that station, like wouldn't be able to put the ball in the hole, but it is a little bit smaller than that. So, what you want to do? Pull over. This is the other. I got another generation that I liked, but it doesn't. It's missing. It's got the fractal bits, but it's missing the reflective parts. So this doesn't have the planet in the background, but I didn't like the generation because it's not really all that close to what I'm going for. So I couldn't get this background with this foreground in any of my efforts.
Okay.
Filibuster, did you say that's a vampire ship?
The joke about reflections.
I didn't like that.
I also didn't like them.
Nor I.
Moran's notes. The group confirms they do not like the
You know what you're doing.
this is the question. What do you guys want to do here? Is it fly up to the thing that says "Don't go here" that is surrounded by a cloud of what looks like large mines?
I'd
the
like to
ship-
ask Crom's crew if they have experience with space mines.
So, I mean, the crew is not going to say much, but Crom will come. You can tell that his crew is very much is having a lot of their attention diverted to not running away, because they're getting the full brunt of this psychic fuck off. And they have some ways to protect themselves, but they don't have like the ends level of protection against this. So Crom will come to talk with you. Crom seems affected, but less affected than his crew. So he'll come to the edge, and what do you want to ask him?
These space mines, are they like, if we touch them, they'll blow up? Are they proximity based? Is there a way to safely get to this station through them?
He kind of like looks at the station, looks back at you, and says, "If the only plan that we have is to go there, it is possible to navigate between them. Those little things, well, little compared to the station, they're designed to be specifically against world ships."
Ah.
Against world ships.
He nods and says, "I recognize Whist's design when I see it."
God damn it!
What?
Vampire ship.
Vampire ship. But wait, do we think that this is current? No.
This doesn't look like Forerunner tech, does it?
Yeah, there is this sort of like, a lot of Forerunner tech has this sort of category of being this extremely high tech. It is sort of in that category, but it doesn't look like a lot of the Forerunner tech that you've seen.
Okay, but like, so we know that the Dark Sire, the true Night King, was part of the courts. He was an aspect of the king from the third court. And then he went on to sire the Cherie and the song. So there is like a she connection to vampires.
Hang on.
Which-
Can
yeah.
you say you said he was part of which court?
So we learned that the Dark Sire, On's
Mhm.
father, who is also the father of who we know as the Night King, the king of
Yeah.
the Cherie, he was one of the aspects of the king of the third She court.
Oh.
So there's the Winter Court and the Summer Court, and then there's the third court, the Wild Court, and they have a king, and the king has two aspects: the Lord or the King of the Kill and the King of the Hunt. And the Dark Sire is the King of the Hunt.
Kill. He's the
Kill.
the Lord of the Kill.
He's the Lord of the Kill. So vampires and
And
she are
Merc
related.
is Merc is just a servant, right? He's not one of the aspects of the.
Right. He's a servant of that king.
Slight change.
I
He's
thought
not-
he was Hunt. Yeah.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
a servant of the Lord of the Hunt.
Yeah.
Which, yes, is the same person, but also that's where the sort of fairy one thing is many things gets really confusing. But yes.
Yeah. Okay.
So I think that this looking like a vampire thing does not mean that this is not where the queen is.
Right.
I would say that your characters have been around stuff enough that once the vampire connection is made and you're sort of surrounded by this magical effect, by this psionic effect, you'd be able to take a moment to recognize what the ship is sensing and for Griffel to translate the records that are being left behind in the ship to send over that the ship is recognizing something and storing it in a way that Griffel could kind of read and basically understand. but Griffel can't read the logs as they are intended to be read because Griffel doesn't have Arcana training. She doesn't know how to read a spell signature from what kind of looks like a strand of DNA almost.
Can I pass it to one?
You can, and it doesn't look identical to the one you've seen before, but it's close enough and has that same feel. Like this is a spell signature of someone that you know, but it's something that happened so long ago that the signature has changed slightly. It shifted from what it once was to what it is now. There's enough pieces of Andasang's signature to recognize that giant beacon of "Don't go here" as hers.
Oh.
Well, shit. So, do we think that that means that Andasang has known where the Queen of Summer has been this whole time?
Well, her spell signature has changed, right?
Mhm.
Mhm. Oh, not unlike
Shadow mantles.
Shadow Mantles, yeah. And he was once with the adversary,
So it's what?
wasn't he? Yeah, he was the guy who was he was the necromancer who was doing the ritual in the temple.
His spell signature's there, yes.
No, we saw the vision, didn't we?
You're not incorrect, but I think Morin doesn't believe that it's true.
Wait,
Right.
I don't remember this vision.
It wasn't a vision. It was like when we were in the temple with with like the oil in the middle,
Mm-hmm.
and you went into that side room,
Yes.
and then there was like the necrotic energy, and then we saw, I don't remember how.
Use history revealed or whatever the equivalent one is.
Okay. And so we saw the like mind flayers doing the like ritual to desecrate the temple, and Shadow Mantle was the one who was like leading the ritual to like corrupt all the spirits that ended up ghoul, half spirit in the oil. He was like the leader of that.
Okay, I'm blanking on those specific details. I don't. Josh doesn't remember that.
I'll see if I can find the date in case you
I
want to
will
go
say
back.
that there is a part, if you go back and read notes or listen to that section, you might not be remembering as much because Morin was the person who was not on board with that necessarily being the read.
Hmm.
Yeah.
But I remember we saw like his staff and
Mhm.
his.
I'm not saying you're wrong.
No,
You guys had
yeah.
a lot of strong evidence. And you're like, okay, this seems to be the king. It feels like him. It looks like him. There's the staff here. We know that he's really old. There's a lot of dots that are here. And then Morin's like, but is it though? And the answer was we couldn't know. You couldn't know for certain whether that was what was going on. This one, however, is much closer. Like this spell signature is close enough that you feel pretty confident that this is On's signature.
So, thinking back to that temple, from what I understood at the time, the spell signature and what we saw in the vision seemed, quote unquote, like Shadow Mantle. But
Mhm.
Morin knew for a fact that the spell signature was not Shadow Mantle's.
Correct. You knew that his current spell signature does not look like that, but it's similar enough that maybe something was different, as in it might potentially be what his spell signature looked like when he was alive.
Yeah.
But that was not really known, and you couldn't tell in the vision whether he was alive or dead. This spell signature is much closer, and this spell signature just shows a little bit of a shift, and you can recognize Andasang's weavings of "Do not go here, here lies doom."
Did we send to her about that?
No.
I don't know that.
That sounds
My
horrible.
concern with doing that
scary.
would be if she imprisoned or helped imprison the Summer Queen,
Hmm.
slash the Dark Sire is a part of the Sheet Courts and she says it should be rightly imprisoned.
Hmm.
Maybe she's not a friend.
Yep.
That is a point. We have kind of assumed that she is well intentioned, if a little spooky. It's entirely possible that we have in fact been duped.
I've never really assumed she's well intentioned. I just figured she was enough on our side to be an ally.
Also, hasn't Griffel been like super anti-vampire this whole campaign?
Yeah, but like
Mhm.
Foxy the player is like, oh yeah, like she seems like she. Well, I mean, she gave us like part of a Morthak.
Well, she said she will.
Right.
She might also just
Maybe
be.
she's going to try to kill us and take it from us. She's getting us to do the dirty work.
She might
That
be.
bitch.
She's really into like powerful objects.
Yep. But Shadow Mantle was like, come talk to me once you've figured out what this is, and I will give you one.
Yeah, and he's not
But
exactly a
also,
good dude.
he might also just be
What? He saved my
luring us
life.
in.
He changed
Mhm.
my life.
Yeah.
I'm sure he did, buddy.
Go watch
I think
Session 84.
Scientology saves lives too.
It definitely changes lives.
Yeah.
Okay, also looking that up, I just realized I beefed it on asking Mark to get that walker out of my head. Sorry, guys.
She probably put one in.
She might have.
So yeah, so he says, my crew is dealing with some shit right now, and I recognize like Weiss ships. Like I know what those things are. Those look like Weiss ships, and I recognize that those things are designed to be anti-world ship devices.
Hmm.
Wait, so why is On the Song fighting the Weiss but also has a spell signature associated with the Weiss ship? I'm confused.
Because this is from like
Maybe
10,000
So-
they
years
weren't
ago.
always
Oh my God.
enemies.
What?
Oh my god. All right. So we know that the third battle with the adversary
Hmm.
for inexplicable reasons didn't go well. The adversary
Mhm.
lost, yeah.
Yeah.
What if perhaps Ondasong, perhaps Shadowmantle were agents of the adversary and something in that war changed them to where they are not any longer? In the case of Shadowmantle, what if he previously wasn't immortal and didn't have a nature but does now because something gave him a nature,
Like a goblin.
like a goblin?
Do we know that he's a
Ooh.
Crack the
lich?
code.
I
Is
know
that
that he's
like-
a lich.
And are liches like capital I immortal with nature?
I believe, based on conversations Morin has had, I know that Shadowmantle does have a nature,
Okay.
and that he changed his nature at some point in the past.
Oh.
Yes, correct, and no, and yes. Yes, he has a nature, and
Don't do that.
No, I'm going to explain it. Yes, you know that, or you have information that says he has a nature, and that he has had a change in the past. And the no part is, you guys have been enough experience around undead that the idea that the immortality that a lich has would grant them a nature doesn't actually
Track.
So,
hold up
so
scrutiny.
he, so
Yeah,
he has a nature for some reason other than the fact that he's a lich.
yes.
Like what's her face?
Maybe.
Maybe.
We also know that giving creatures of the adversary nature destroys them in some fashion, because that's like the test, right?
Hmm.
So maybe Nesgear, by giving him a nature,
Burned the
broke.
adversary out.
Yeah.
And change the spell signature.
Hmm.
Maybe. That would make sense.
This is one of those things that if I took notes about recordings, I'd be like, cool, I'm gonna timestamp this to
I
bring to your
cannot
attention
wait
later.
to come back to this in 6 months and learn about how wrong we were.
It might not take that long if we can crack this egg open.
Yeah, we asked the queen.
queen.
Does he have a nature? No.
Nope.
No.
Okay, so we got this orb floating in space. It's surrounded by mines. The orb may or may not be evil. If I look at the glyphs that we have, the tablets that we have collected, do they seem to be like reacting in any way to this?
So having the glyphs on board, like on the deck of the ship, and then sort of, basically calling to their presence, right? They have this identity that is the thing that you have to hold in your mind, right? It's not just enough to have the tablet. You have to have the understanding and the ability to do it. When you call upon them, they turn on the ship and they turn away from the orb in front of you.
They turn away from it?
Yeah.
Like they're being repelled by it?
Or like you set it up, right? You put all the things out. Hey, I have this orb in front of me. What's going on? And you can put your intentionality, right? The tablets respond to your intentions. And your intention is, hey, do you react to this thing? And they do react, but their reaction is to shift away. You get this feeling of your attention being drawn with the tablets and the map away from this thing.
To what?
To the side of the ship.
Is it kind of like the door was like worded to make people forget that it was there or not notice it in the facility?
Would you guys do me a favor? Could you put your tokens on the map? It's slightly distracting for me to go back and forth.
No, not until you answer my question.
Yes, to a certain extent. I would say that what one of many can tell is that it's not responding well to what's happening here, but that might be because there is this giant like beacon to push things away, right? It's not a subtle thing like the door was. This thing is the opposite of subtle, right? It's broadcasting on all frequencies in every language. Do not do this. It is a much more obvious warning sign, and it's a much more overt thing that's happening. And so one of many, you can look at the way that the tablets respond, and it might be just responding to you're really close to this powerful magical effect, and it's kind of pointing at the anchor location at the end of the bore. But you don't know what that means necessarily. It doesn't necessarily mean that this is the wrong place, but also it might mean that it's not the right place. It's kind of hard to differentiate what this psionic thing could be doing to the tools that you're using.
And is there nothing else in this area like
So you send out the ship sensors, and as you kind of fly around, and as the as Crom's ship flies, if you stop asking questions for a second, his ship will float away a little bit to where he breaks that atmosphere to atmosphere contact, and they kind of reach out and send out messages and things all around the system, and it doesn't seem like it. No, that there's basically the star, this station that is really close to the star, and that halo of dust, right? The cause part that destroys things that get too close to that go into it, or that blow up and react poorly if you try to teleport into the cloud. The cloud doesn't get close to this place, and it doesn't look like it's because of the bore. It looks like the cloud never gets close to the star. There's a pretty big area outside of the star that is clear of the dust. But as far as you can tell, you can just see there's a star with a space station orbiting it. Drock, I'm gonna put you on the spot. JP, do you have any thoughts? Do you have any ideas?
No. I was thinking that seeing where the things were pointing was a really good idea, but yeah, nothing panned out from that. So, nope.
I would say that as you're tinkering with it, you can see that it does point to the end of the tunnel, but also that's just you're thinking it just gets you to the system. It's basically you're really close to the star, and it's pointing you to the star as like, okay, that's the anchor point to the end of the tunnel. But you don't know if that really helps.
No. No, don't have any other thoughts at the moment.
So Philly? Michael, you have not heard from you in a minute. And if the answer is we feel like we're stuck, what do you guys do if you get stuck?
Well,
Cry.
at first I was like, why would we contact on the song? But now I'm like, more and it's slightly convinced me that it's maybe a good idea. Which sounds fucking wacky. But also maybe not, because she kind of doesn't like Faye things. I don't know. I think I do feel a little stuck. But also, like, what's stopping us from just going to nothing? Nothing.
Yeah, I mean, if we can navigate the bombs.
It doesn't seem difficult to navigate through. Your ship is, the mines, as Krama said, they're designed for something way bigger than your ship.
Right.
You do not feel like you're going to have difficulty navigating close enough to this thing.
I personally have no fear.
I say go for it.
Yeah.
So we
We've come all
have
this way.
we have this thing, right, where you've got a central sphere, and then it's got spokes coming out from it in every direction with smaller stations at the end of the spokes, and then you have the cloud of like mines and smaller stations around it. What would you try to investigate? What would you go for first? What is the groups or the ship's approach to what is here? There doesn't seem to be anything obvious to like. There doesn't seem like a dock anywhere. This doesn't look like it's designed to be connected to anything else.
I mean, does there seem to be a way to get it? Like any seams? Any?
So you can see that the central orb looks like it is very much sealed, and the only spots that look like they lead into that central orb as the ship flies closer are the spokes that go out to the side. And when you get close to them, the ship can sense the energy from those spokes that is directing energy into the central sphere. Those little pods that are at the end of the spokes seem to be gathering energy from the very nearby star and feeding that energy down those channels into the central sphere.
Do I sense any primal energy?
Yes, it feels everywhere. Like not just the sphere, but literally everything in every direction when you open up your senses just looks like a massive wall of primal energy.
Can I ask Sharp Prey what they sense or notice?
So Sharp Prey seems very uncomfortable in general, and then would pass along that it thinks there's something wrong here that it doesn't understand. Like it's something wrong that he's not really designed to deal with.
Weird.
Why we thought this would be easy, where we just like do all the hard work to get these crests show up, and then oh look, it's the queen.
I will just say
It couldn't be that easy.
I will just say that
No, of
since we've
course
had an
not.
extended rest, it would be possible to look through Summer's eyes.
I was thinking that, but I was
Oh.
also thinking it might be good to save that. I don't know.
I don't know either.
But
So she
but
can
if
look
people
upon the face of
feel-
her mother.
Yeah, if people feel this is a good time and we're kind of out of ideas, I had the same thought.
I
I
think
will
go
say that
for it.
if you fly close enough to it and Crom is with you guys, Crom will ask what some of those like markings and stuff on the outside of the ship are. Like he recognizes some of the pieces and he's gonna be like, oh well, I don't recognize what those things are, and we'll gesture to some of the markings and stuff on the ship. And he basically points out things that are ritual markings that have On's signature on it.
Can we tell what the ritual is?
There's a bunch of different symbols of warding and a bunch of symbols of. It's not scrying, is it? Hang on.
Also, we should see what the sage thinks of all this.
Exploration's not the thing. I can't remember what category exploration shows up as, but the same category of like ascending. So you're the psionic beacon of like don't go here. You see lots of runes that are probably powering that, but you see other ones that are not powering that seem to be circles of binding bound into the arms of the thing leading in.
Can I tell what they're binding?
It seems like all of that stuff is supporting and reinforcing the ship itself, the station itself. These are not things that are like, oh, it's binding something specific. This is more like one of these sigils or runes, if properly powered, would make it to where like you don't have any signs of aging on a material or a surface, right? This is sort of like making an object more permanent and resistant to corrosion or destruction. Like this is effectively, this entire station reads like one giant magic item.
Hmm.
Is the sage on deck? Can we ask him
Yeah.
what he knows of all this and if he recognizes any of the symbols?
Oh, well, first I want to ask him, did you have a good chat with our Formian friend?
I did, yes. His version of what I have is complex and is worth further study. And then he kind of like looks around and says, some of these things were contemporary to my time. I recognize those symbols and those. I am not a specialist in these types of rituals, but I can at least tell you I recognize the source of them if these are figures that no longer exist in your time.
Figures plural?
Yes, these symbols here are designed to draw attention, to confuse the senses. They are warnings. I feel the edges of them even inside of this incredible shield you have around your ship. But the others behind them, the pieces they are designed to mask, the building blocks that are here, are powerful magics in their own rights. There are many things that go into this structure, and I think without any of the individual pieces, the overall thing would not function. So he points to several other sigils that are almost completely hidden by that psionic, blaring siren of "Don't be here." It hides these much more subtle systems that are hidden underneath.
Do we feel like we'd be able to destroy just those sigils with a weapons platform?
Just the sigils? No, the weapons platforms are not precise tools.
Are they small enough that like if we got out there we could do it by hand, or are they like?
Yeah, each one of them looks like it's looks like there's several hundred of each of the sigils, but each sigil is maybe 2.5, 3 feet across. Like it's written big, but not like the symbols on the inside of Tantarus's asteroid, right? They're not that size. but they're big for writing.
Okay.
So, what you want to do?
How much does this orb seem like a beacon?
In design, there's some pieces that look similar. The overall design kind of does look like a much larger scaled up version of that. But then there's other elements like the spokes coming off that are somehow channeling power into the middle. None of the beacons have that, but it does have that same overall structure that you saw in the beacon making facility that you've been around.
I wonder if Plucky could connect with it.
Yeah, can I like give that a go?
Sure. So you go reach out through it. And then the ship sort of cycles through a couple things, like it's trying to reach out on several frequencies. And then it sends back that it's missing a piece of the ability to connect with it. It's only able to connect on one frequency, and it needs all three in order to be able to connect with the station.
Ah. Okay. Interesting.
So Sage, as he's kind of standing there on the thing, he's gestured and shown you the two other sets of symbols. Would that be something that someone would try to like investigate or ask him questions about or do other things with? What would you do with that? Hey, he's like, hey, there's an obvious sign and then there's two other non-obvious signs. That's what I get from this. You know, is this kind of uncomfortable to stand up here being around this stuff? Is there anything else you want from me?
I don't know. I'm stumped.
Is there any point in flying closer and just seeing what happens?
You can. You fly in closer and you can feel the ship feels like it's kind of flying through cobwebs, that there's all these really weak remnants of what was probably powerful wards and spells and things in the past, but just over time they've degraded to the point of not being super useful. But as the webs and as the sort of pieces of magic start to wash against the ship does send through and it categorizes those things. And most of the ones that you fly through have the signature of Desang, but a couple of them don't. You see two other signatures mixed in on the webs, mixed in the magic that holds the station together as you fly in sort of in between the spokes, get really close to the station.
Do we recognize them?
One of them you do not recognize, one of them you do. You recognize the king of the Turi.
Oh, so could we presume that the other one is
The Weiss.
the Night King? Yeah.
The Night King is Tree.
Oh.
Or like you mean like the real Night King, like Daddy Night King.
So the station seems to have three component elements of it. One is Weiss design and some Weiss enchantments. One of them is very heavy enchantment from the Desang, and then some of them are extra bindings and enchantments, seem to be like some skeletal framework, and that's provided by the person is now calling himself the Night King, the King of the Turi.
But not like the OG Night King.
Yeah, not the OG Night King, the current Night King.
Hmm.
I mean, we could do a planar sending to On.
Do we trust her?
No, but I mean, she can't get to us. We don't think.
She can open portals.
But you can't teleport into the cause.
Does she teleport?
I don't know.
One thing I think that is something you guys would kind of pick on is around all the stuff that you see enchantments on the station, you don't see anything that shows the signature, the distinctive taint of the Far Realm, nor do you see anything that shows signs of being either fueled by primal or directed towards primal energies. Everything here seems to be binding and containment pieces to make the station function longer, but none of it looks to be of adversary or forerunner make, and none of it seems to be of she or primal design.
What were the 3 ways that we had to free Mother?
By fire,
Fire,
by
sword, and
seed,
seed.
sword.
And we've done sword,
Sword
and
fire.
fire. So we have to free her by seed.
This looks like a seed. Maybe.
Doesn't she have... No, it was grandmother that's disease, right?
Well, when we were in that tomb, the summer tomb was full of diseases.
Hmm. Yeah,
And
we
the,
were confused about that.
and the spring tomb was full of seeds. But yeah, like we know grandmother's pet is Narsenhar, who is a disease guy.
So I feel like it might be worth asking Clotho. Be like, we believe this is where Mother is held. How do we free her by seed?
Yeah. I think that's our safest bet. If she doesn't know, then maybe we think about On.
Sure.
So you invoke Summer?
Yeah, I'll invoke Summer, and I'll pretty much ask that same question. So yeah, if we fly, just far enough away that we can get a good view of the whole station with its all little satellite stations, focus on that and ask, like pretty much exactly that. We believe this is where Mother is. Do you know of this and how to free her?
So when you invoke Summer, you draw the attention of Clotho to you. Something happens that has never happened before, which is you're used to this kind of strange feeling of someone else looking through your eyes. What you're not used to is getting the sensation that the side of someone's head is looking through your eyes. There is this, where normally sort of her vision and sort of her perspective of the world lines up with yours. You don't get that. Instead, you get this really blurred, strange thing, like you're like something like a kind of like a hologram graphic image has superimposed itself over your eyes, and it's really hard to see anything at all. And then as you kind of like try to like step back and adjust and try to like, okay, well, why can't I see for the moment? When you step back, Clotho is standing where you were standing. Like she was superimposed on where you were. And then as she sort of settles into reality, she settles into her spot. She's staring off the side of the ship, and you see her slowly change into the form of the halfling. She goes from that sort of mannequin state, the base Clotho state, into looking like Salumain. And she's looking off the side of the ship. She's not looking at the station. You were looking at the station. She's not.
And where is she looking? Just somewhere random, or again, like the tablets or sigils, whatever, they kind of all pointed elsewhere. Is that what Clotho's also looking at?
She is. She's looking off the side of the ship, directly at the star. And she says, "What is it you need, my knight?" She doesn't stop looking off at the star. It's one of the only times that she hasn't like looked at you while talking to you. Normally she's very sort of, even if she's being kind of weirdly formal, usually she's like warm and accepting, and gives you this sense of like, you when you get her attention, that you have her full attention. It doesn't feel like that right now. It looks like she's almost responding mechanically, like she's focused very heavily on something. And you've seen her like this one time before.
When was the last time she was like this?
When she made the change, she moved your skeins and brought you to the ship, brought you to the center.
To retrieve Mother's name.
Correct.
Right. So whenever she gets close to a piece of her mother, she gets like this, it seems.
Seems to be. Whenever she is brought into awareness.
All right. So yeah, I'll kind of repeat. I'll say, we believe this is the final destination and where Mother is held. We were looking for advice and tips from you.
How can she be freed by Seed?
I have done my part. There is a strangeness. I'm still learning who this is. And you know who I am. And her voice sort of switches back and forth between that like Clotho mannequin voice and then the voice you recognize as Salumaine. And then you can see her like she's trying to look away from the thing that she's focused on. And then just the best that she can do is turn her eyes down and say, I can't. There's just so much power here. It's not contained. It's not. I feel like I am in my mother's presence, but I can't see her. I can't talk to her. And she's afraid. You hear Salumaine's voice kind of crack in. The old lady, well, the old young lady, the old thing that's been a lot of young ladies, that thing, it's afraid. I know I've felt like this before when I've done something, that I thought was a good idea, and it turned out to not be. And yeah, she's got that, but like a million times over, this, I guess, embarrassment. But that doesn't really get the scope. She wants to be around Mother, but she also doesn't want to be around Mother.
Yeah, because she ran away or didn't go.
So you see the sort of mannequin image of Clotho nod when you say that.
Clotho, we know your mother is here, but we do not know how to free her. We do not know how to free her name. You have helped us with this before. I know that it is not your duty to free her by Seed, but if you know how we can, we would do this.
She like focuses, and you can see her like taking deep breaths, and then the shift happens from mannequin back to Salumaine, and she goes, "There's rules, lots of rules. I can't really figure out a way to get through it. Like I know there's got to be a way that I can say the thing, but if I say the wrong thing, then I get in trouble. But not with Mother, with who I am, I guess, or who she is.
Oh.
I don't know how to say what needs to be said, but I think there is something of trusting in the actions of mortals to do the thing that needs to be done. I don't really get it. I don't know why I was different to make choices before, but I can't make certain choices now. It's kind of confusing, and I'm only kind of just now starting to understand it, but there's a rule of who Clotho is that makes it hard for her to be the one that explains this kind of thing. She can sort of revel in the action, but in the planning, it's hard. It's more of who the other two are than her, if that makes sense. The older ones, they are the planners. They're the ones that do things long term. If there was an action I could take here as her, well, then I'd take it. But it's like being blinded with all of my senses. I can see there is something here, but I don't know. I don't know how to help. I don't also know why you're pointing the wrong way, but
Is she
that's all I got.
is she inside of the star?
You see her like sit and look, and she turns to you, gives you the strange look like, is she inside of the star?
Is she the star?
You see like confusion over Salumaine's face and like, maybe we're seeing different things.
I believe we probably are.
Oh. Maybe? I don't
I-
really know.
I see a star with a space station. What do
So-
you see?
I see power. I see a branching thing, a thing that has been planted in the fabric of the universe, something so powerfully primal that I just want to bask in it. And there is something else here, but it's tiny. I can only sort of sense it, and even then, I don't really want to sense it. It's kind of like it's like floating in a spa, the biggest spa you've ever been. That's the perfect temperature, and everything is steam and wonderful. And you know that there's like somebody has shit in the pool, and you know it's floating around somewhere. But if you can just ignore that, then everything else is just perfect. That's what this is like.
I think we need to destroy this station.
I think so as well.
Clotho, are we looking at the ship right now?
You're looking at me mostly, but the ship is pointing towards the distraction.
Yes, okay.
She kind of thinks about it for a second and says, you know, if that's all you want to do, I'm pretty sure that I can kind of work it in the nature of the old girl, the old young, you know what I mean? That thing. She gestures and you see the image fade into Clotho to get her to aim some of her power at that, whatever that is over there. It's already soaking up a lot of primal power, so probably I can shoot it and it'll blow up. But I might shoot it and then it gets stronger. You know, something will happen. And when she says over there, you see her vaguely gesture towards the station.
Mhm. So do we want to try to use primal power or do we want to try to use ship's power?
If it's soaking up primal, I would say start with ships, see what happens, and then try primal. Because if it's made to soak up primal power, I don't think more is going to help.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
Is it made to soak up primal power?
It's soaking up, like the arms are soaking up from the sun. And if the sun is,
Well, is it doing that so it can power itself to scare people away, or is it doing that so
maybe it's both.
or
Because
is it a
it's
defense
doing
mechanism?
it's doing containment and it's doing broadcasting.
You can see that, like, basically Salumane and the what you can recognize as that mannequin version of Clotho are like rapidly swapping back and forth while they're standing there. And it looks like what you see when two people are engaged in a telepathic argument. It's just weird to see it happening with herself. So is the plan to take ship's weapon and go shoot the station, see what happens?
I mean, that's what I got.
I would agree with that.
Let's do it.
So what are we doing? Are we shooting one of the arms? Are we
What's
shooting them in part of the station?
Can we like fly to max range? What's our longest range platform?
Lightning, I think.
So I want to fly max range and like hit one of the arms with lightning. Because if it is a bomb and it detonates, I want to be at range.
We should also, Crom's like well behind us, right?
Yeah, he
Egypt,
he
yeah.
doesn't really want to be part of any of this, but it doesn't seem like he's avoiding it because of like he's trying to avoid the bomb. It's you can tell that he's staying as far away as he can while still staying close enough to be in contact with you guys. And it looks like it's mostly because he's trying to just protect his crew because his crew is suffering under the weight of that psionic beacon.
Ooh, here's a thought. What if we eject the labs at it?
Ooh,
Ooh.
I like that idea.
Yeah, use them
We're-
to detonate.
We were told
Oh.
that they were going to explode hardcore, right?
I thought they was gonna explode only with the contact with the doodad.
Well, if these things are bombs, let's assume they're like the underwater submarine bombs, right? If those things get triggered, they'll explode, which hopefully makes the lab explode, which then causes more explosions. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So many explosions.
I recently rewatched 21 Jump Street, and there's a running joke where they're in an action movie, but nothing explodes like it should, and then finally a chicken truck explodes. That's what I'm picturing for you right now.
Because it's full of little sharp praise.
The other thing is, like, can we say her? Like, can we just say her name and see what happens?
Yeah, go for it.
Thought that was your thing.
I've heard enough.
I mean, is that something you want to like stand on the edge of the ship and try?
Yeah. I guess I'll do it. I'll go and be like, Lachesis.
So
Just
when
see
you
what happens.
start to say the name, you get this sensation like you're speaking underwater for a second. Like there's something in the air as you try to do it that's thick. And those of you that can sense primal power can see the primal energies sort of swarm around. And while you can't sense the primal power that is around your mouth when you're talking, like natively, it's so thick in the air that you can sense the impact it's having on the world. You can sense the concentrated energy, even if you normally can't sense primal. And when you say the name, there is this enormous series of solar flares that burst from the star, arcing out in every direction.
Classic.
Nice.
Say it more.
Yeah.
Lachesis.
So you do it, you see the little arcs going away, and then you can sort of have that moment of like, okay, normally 3 times does the job. And it does create the same impact. It does create the thing of it's like you feel energy is trying to escape. But on the 3rd repetition, you can see those huge flaming loops of the solar flares. They're like shuddering in the air and slowly being pulled back in. That the flares arc away and then they curve and sink right back into the surface of the star.
I think that's the station.
We just blow the station up and then we're good, right?
Hopefully.
Definitely. Like, no question.
So we're tossing the lab in.
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's shoot.
What
a
could
lab at a
possibly go
mine.
wrong?
What could possibly go wrong?
So I'm going to need a couple minutes.
Terry's like, why do they come up with these things?
What did you
Spent all
think
that-
we were going to do?
Spent all that time
Any-
prepping for all
literally
those
anything
potential
else.
merc encounters.
So give me a few minutes. I need to go get some more water, think on this for a second, and then we'll get going again. So
How do I describe their death?
I need the process because, and I feel like this is one of those things that, you know, in a session or maybe in 2 sessions, probably potentially by the end of this session, You will understand my struggle, but I need to go and think a thought. So I'll be back.
Okay.
Our goal. Confuse
Bro's
Gary
gotta step
enough
into
that
the
he's-
cooler today. He's gotta go scream. He's like, what the fuck?
Ugh.
What did he think we were gonna do?
I mean, he probably forgot we had the stupid fucking lab.
Oh,
Or
He thought we were gonna,
weren't
like-
stupid enough to launch it at the station.
well, that's ridiculous.
That's on him.
Yeah.
Right? He should know better.
Did he think we were gonna like go dismantle the ritual carefully, slowly? Get out of here.
He may
No.
have. So, well, okay. So we are shooting. Let me. We either have Sally shoot green shit at it and nothing happens, or we shoot our puny weapons at it and nothing happens. But we are
Mhm.
shooting a lab at it that is specifically dedicated to adversary sort of tech, which is
Mhm.
Oh,
what that
and
lab is.
one of them. No, that's not that lab. It's the Fey lab. It's
It's
the
the
one
Fey
that
lab.
kills immortal creatures.
Oh,
It's full of primal power.
It's full of quicksilver.
Oh, maybe we don't
We're
want to
gonna
do that.
He's,
Hang on.
he's gonna come back from his think, and we're gonna be like, actually, we decided not to do that.
Yeah, the think wasn't for him, it was for us.
Children, think about what you are planning to do.
I mean, we could do a quick Wheeler Woe.
Oh, that's a great idea.
We can't do it on the ship.
Well, I
I
could
think
sit
we
on a
stick to our
weapons
guns
platform.
because I think that sounds fucking hilarious either way. I don't know.
Yeah, killing a major deity of this entire
It's
campaign.
not gonna die.
She might. Clotho will abandon Drak. We'll cut to like 3 years later. We're like the disgraced destroyers of the universe.
We're all in a bar wasting our lives away.
Michael's been promoted to the head of the adversary.
Finally.
I'm like their special assassin unit. Griffle's taken up the the church of the deep.
The Black Blood.
Mm-hmm.
I'm the chief. I'm the chief Windmancer for the Church of the Elements in Sanctuary. Okay, so maybe he's having a think because ejecting a lab full of Fey killing weaponry in the presence of Mother is gonna piss her off.
Oh, she'll refuse to talk to us.
Well, we do have Clotho with us.
Because we brought have we brought Quicksilver to someone that's Fey and they were like, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah. Well, Sharp Prey really hated it when they came on
Yeah.
board. They were like, I don't want to be here with you with this.
So like what could go wrong?
Well,
Oh.
I mean, we don't know how delicate this station is, like if it will actually be destroyed by this explosion.
Okay, I think because Gary is taking 5 for himself, it will be destroyed.
But we don't know, I guess, yeah. I don't know.
Just a hunch. Just a theory. A game theory.
I wonder if I should stop trying to level up.
It will be irrelevant.
Wait, you didn't have a 2-hour conversation with Gary about why your character sheet is broken and what you're doing for the next 4 levels?
No, that was a couple of years ago. I had a 3-hour conversation with Gary about my Epic Destiny. But we glossed over
I had
next
the
few
same
levels.
conversation.
Okay. I am back. I've got water. I've walked around my house a couple times.
Wheeler Woe. Wheeler Woe, Gary.
Yeah, we changed our mind, by the way.
So we immediately second guessed many of the decisions that led us here. And we were like, what happens if we tell Gary 180 after he's had this long think with himself?
We would just like to roll new characters preemptively.
Wait,
You know-
we can still ask. Oh, we can still ask. Clotho's still here, right?
Yeah, she's still here.
Okay, Clotho. Via Drock. What would happen
Buy a truck.
if we ejected a lab full of Quicksilver to destroy the structures here? Would Mother hate that this ship has shown up in her atmosphere and thrown a bunch of Quicksilver into space?
So she would give you this like horrified look and then go, "Oh yeah, like so everything around here is Fae? I think if you just spread a bunch of Bane around here, I don't have a word stronger than enemy.
Phew.
But
Oh man.
Good thinking.
Lauren just lays down on the deck. Oh, fuck.
Were you actually gonna let us go through with this shit, Gary? What the
I was
fuck?
100%. If you guys did not say when I came back that like, oh, we've discussed why Gary took a step away, and it's like, okay, if that's what we're doing. I know how to resolve this scenario. If you guys are not doing that, it does make my job a little bit easier. But I'm not saying you can't do it because I want I want you guys to have the freedom to do whatever you want. But at the same time,
This is just Gary railroading us again, you guys. Every
That's
time
what
we
it
say
is.
the
You guys
wrong
want-
I'm
thing,
telling
he
the
goes,
4E
"Takes a break."
Discord.
I'm telling the 4E Discord has to be just like such a niche
was-
but devastating insult.
It was
For
me and
Gary.
you posted it last time. On my alt account.
Hilarious.
All right.
Yeah, no, legitimately, you walked away, and I was sitting here, and I was like, "Wait a
We
minute."
forgot which lab it was the
Yeah.
problem. We were like, oh yeah,
Yeah,
it's a
yeah.
lab. And then we realized, wait,
Filibuster's
it's
like,
the
"It's the one
wild lab."
devoted to like the adversary plague," and I was like, "Wait, no, it's the other. It's the other lab."
Your timeout worked.
Okay. I mean, it was not the intention to make you like stop and think about your actions. It was me being like, how the hell do I resolve this?
It's the end of a
Hilarious.
major arc in that you have successfully countered the story.
You're like, hey, we have gone through all of these roadblocks quite well. What if we make one ourselves?
Hear us out.
So
Yeah, can
if
we
the
just-
plan-
What if we just fire weapons at the thing? What if we just like bombarded a bunch?
That sounds great. Let's
Is
do
the-
that.
Is the structure Fae? The structure's not.
No, it's vampire.
yeah, the structure seems to be of Weiss make. It is,
Okay,
it is
okay.
the spacefaring vampire ones.
There's not a radiant power on the ship, is there? A radiant weapon.
There is.
There
Okay.
is, right?
There is?
I think so.
Yeah.
Is
There's
that one of them?
every
Oh, there
type.
is. Why was I thinking there wasn't? Okay. I think we should hit it with that
Sure.
because vampires don't like radiant,
Hate
right?
the giant sun they're right next to.
I'm okay with that, but I want to start with lightning because if that's the furthest range, I want to do it. I want to start with the furthest range and then work towards it, if that makes sense.
So what are we doing? Radiant or lightning?
Lightning. Wait, can I put my crown on the ship and turn the lightning damage into radiant?
radiant. No. So
What
yeah,
if he acts like Thor and just like stands in the lightning beam and converts it to radiant as it passes through him?
Drac just
mean-
asked, what if he just killed himself?
Yeah.
I
It'd be
mean,
really funny to see.
so you take a shot from range with the lightning ship, or the lightning ship's weapon, and the lightning arcs to the station, and then you see it the bolt get like swerve at the last second as it's arcing through space and hit one of those spokes around the outside, and then get channeled into the sphere as it eats the energy from the lightning bolt.
Mm.
Told you our weapons would be poopy. Do.
Is there anything from the witnessing the spell that we see that it's like particular types of energy?
What you could tell is that it looked like the spokes are the thing that's drawing it. Like
Mhm.
in this instance, the spoke of the thing was a literal lightning rod that absorbed the energy, but it does look like that's what those spokes are designed to do. They're designed to absorb incoming energy, and most of that energy seems to be coming from the nearby star, and it is eating that energy and funneling it in. But it doesn't look like that's all it can eat and funnel in. That if this station has defenses, it looks like that's the main defense, as just consuming whatever gets thrown at it. But you're not sure what the limitations are, or whether there's a frequency that you can hit it on that it's not going to be able to protect itself, or if you can hit it in a different way. But the first test shows you that it has at least some levels of that kind of defense.
I wonder if the force weapon might be effective.
I think
That's the
our
closest range. I think
Yeah.
Radiant's further range than that, so I'd start with Radiant first.
All right.
So
Okay.
I'll say that you fly in closer and you start to kind of strobe the station with energy, and you can see it looks like different parts of the spokes of that sort of wheel thing, where you have spokes coming out in the little stations on the ends of the spokes. Each one of them seems to be better at absorbing a different kind of energy, but it does sort of cycle through the spokes and then converts the energy and sends it inside.
So it's different ones associated with
It
different
looks like you
energies.
can shoot like any one of them and it'll absorb it, but if you shoot from a distance, like one of the spokes will absorb, will pull the radiant energy towards it, and it'll go towards one that's more aligned with radiant. Whereas if it's the same thing with lightning, if you shoot the lightning one, even if you don't shoot it next to the one that ate the lightning bolt last time, if you're vaguely close to it, it'll eat that one, and if you're not close to it, it'll hit another spot. But it always sort of like it sets up like a preferred channel for different energy types, and it seems to be different spokes.
For different folks. So it consumes energy.
What about like, does Crom's ship have like projectile weapons?
He does have more traditional weapons.
What if we just like fire a cannonball at it?
Cannonball.
A space cannonball.
Is that the plan? Kind of go over to Crom and kind of convince him to get closer to launch some projectiles at the station?
Yes.
Yeah, can't we like slingshot a physical object into it?
Yeah, you definitely can do that. And that is going to be basically the thing that Crom tells you is like he has some weapons on board. Usually the best plan is to just trail something behind you and slingshot something into the station. He's saying that maybe he could do that with some debris or crates or heavy objects, but if they can maybe see if they can find one of these mines that's not very reactive, he might be able to grab one of those and slingshot it into the station.
Oh, yeah.
Foxy, are you there?
Yep.
I sent you a message.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, good.
Give me a second.
Okay.
I'm doing world quests, but I am currently being attacked. So I'll just. All right. Oh. Oh no. Oh no. Guys. Arn wants to talk to us.
Ah,
Great.
shit. I thought we told you not to do ascending.
I didn't.
Huh?
In your head.
When she said,
Do you want me to let it through, or?
I thought On was powerful enough to get past our ship's defenses anyway.
I like
That's
the
why I
Apparently
possibly
not.
received a message. No?
So she has shown before that she can sort of force her way through, but she typically does not. Like you think that she can, but that she has only gotten close to doing so once.
and she's not doing that now.
She's
Correct.
I mean, we can't say no,
not. No,
right?
I'll let it through.
I mean, we can.
we oughtn't.
We should not. How is she? She's just contacting through the ship?
So Griffo can tell that descending is actually going to one of many, but the ship intercepts all basically incoming signals, and Griffo has the option to pass it along if it doesn't sort of overcome the latent defenses of the ship.
Okay,
Do you want me to pass it along?
sure.
Yeah. Oh, hey, boss.
Hey,
Okay.
boss.
I will send it. I'll send it on over.
Oh, shit.
Mm,
Oh my god.
great. Okay.
I hate this game.
Oh.
If you control it, still stop. What is happening?
What do you mean? She's saying if you control your ship.
Yeah.
We are registered with her fleet, which makes sense.
I would say the Darksire's prison is suppressing Mother Summer from being freed.
Does she know that we're trying to free the summer courts?
She knows
Good
everything
question.
that
I mean,
what's her name knows.
yeah,
No, that's
One
true.
of
me from that one time. That was
She doesn't know how far along you are because the last time she got a big reading was quite a long time ago, and there's a lot of stuff that's happened between then and now, but she does know it was one of the things you wanted to eventually do.
and she knew that we had freed her by fire, and she knew that we had the seed for Clotho.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't she? Oh no. Right. No. Never mind. Sorry.
Because she used that information to lay the trap at Haven.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right.
That's right.
And so at Haven, she saw Clotho. Right? Or
Was she at Haven?
no, but I mean like her
She was not.
lackeys.
Yeah,
Her
so
Didn't
she would have
show
been.
up at the very end?
She did, but Clotho wasn't there at the very end.
But it's likely that she might know.
Yeah, like she's probably aware of what happened at Haven.
Yeah.
Like she's definitely aware of some of the details at Haven. She's probably aware of what actually occurred at Haven. Like there's a lot of things that don't have the ability to understand Clotho or to understand what happened there and why the entire the city shifted into the Fae. An is kind of the knowledge level
yeah.
that she probably understands how that actually worked. So you get this sending that says, "Hey, I recognize your ship's signature. It's threatening the Darksire's prison. If you still control your ship, stop doing that."
Okay, so I'm gonna send what I would like to send, but it's not official until the group ratifies it.
If it was along the lines of what you said, I'm good with it.
Well, I added a little extra thing at the end.
First prison is suppressing Mother Summer from being freed. Can we free Mother without
Do
freeing
we
the
care
Lord
if we
of-
break the Dark Sire out?
Hang on, do we know that? Oh, yeah, we do know the Darksire is the Lord of the Kill. Sorry, I'm being a big dum dum today.
it's
Oh,
okay.
is she powering the prison?
She might be. I mean, she
She
told us
is at least aware of it. Otherwise, how
No,
could
no.
she?
Like, is mother
Yeah,
powering
yes.
the prison?
Oh,
I think she is. She's the power source that's keeping him contained, and he's suppressing her and keeping her contained.
So it's like an endless, yeah.
Because maybe it's like, how winter and summer are opposed. This isn't like exactly that, but maybe somewhat.
Well, we recall that On the Song has recently been gathering many, many souls.
Through the maledictions.
Well, that's one way, I'm sure. Do we have any inkling of what that might be for, or if this is related, or
I don't think we know. We know she's trying to become immortal.
Or a god.
So, quick question. Do we know that the Darksire and the Night King are the same thing? Because the Tree guy is claiming to be the Night King. And when we talked
We were
to Sage about the Night King,
this is Capital the Night King.
the original Night King, he
the
said.
Tari Night King is the lowercase the Night King.
Yeah, he's the sun.
yeah. So I'm wondering. So like, when we talked to Sage, he was distinguishing between the Fey Night King, which is one of the aspects of the king of the other court,
Mhm,
King of the
and
Wild, yeah.
and the person that is currently calling themselves the Night King.
mhm.
Yeah. And
Did he-
he will say, if you ask him, he will say Marian Turi.
Right.
Is the son of the Lord of the Kill, aka the Darksire. Right?
Is a creation of the Lord of the Kill.
Yeah.
So asking Sage for clarification, the Darksire and the Lord of the Kill are the same.
Do you think that On doesn't want us to free the Night King because if he dies, she dies?
So you see Sage kind of give a mostly yes. I can only go by intentions. As far as the definitions that you carry with your communications, yes, they seem to be the same individual. He's basically like, I'm 10,000 years out of the loop. It makes
Mhm.
sense to me, and it follows with everything that I know in my time. But it wasn't called the Darksire in my time, or if it was, it wasn't called the Darksire by me. So I don't really know.
Mm-hmm.
Does Clotho know the Lord of the Kill?
Do you want to ask her?
Yeah. What-
She nods if you say that name.
Should the Lord of the Kill be free like the queens of the courts?
The mannequin shrugs and then turns into Sally Main, who goes, I mean, I think from the perspective of you're asking her, she gestures next to her to someone who's like way taller than she is and goes, yeah, I mean, all fairy deserves to be free. You're asking from my perspective? I don't know. Like, even from what I can understand, from what I've learned from all of the sort of personal tutoring I've been getting, I don't really get how the king guy is two things that are different, and one of them is good and one of them's bad. And I don't know why that should be in balance, but it's supposed to be. He's supposed to be sort of equally like summer good and equally winter bad. But I think the dark thingy is more winter bad than summer good. I don't really know.
Oh, it's because he's of the third court.
Mm-hmm.
you see her kind of like doing that same psionic back and forth where she's clearly trying to communicate with the Clotho inside, kind of being like, I don't know how to say it in a way that makes a little bit more sense, but one of the ways the Night King is, that's uncle, good uncle. One of the ways the Night King is other uncle, like bad uncle. But they're the same person, but they're also not. I don't know. So is it okay if the bad part stays in, if we can find the good part and let it out? I don't know. Can you do that? But the question is that message that one of many drafted, is that the message you're sending?
I'm good with it.
I think it seems
Well,
fine.
so I don't think I'm really clear on like, is it just one of the aspects that's imprisoned here, or is it like the whole entity?
Seems like just one aspect. Unless
Can we ask Clotho?
Is it not one person that is two?
no, like the Lord of the
natures?
Kill is the Dark Sire, and the Lord of the Hunt is some other guy that we haven't met yet, theoretically.
But is it like
makes
an
sense.
individual with split personality? That's not the term. Dissociative
Yeah.
identity.
Yeah,
And
I
so
don't know.
you say that, and then you see the Clotho head nod, and then Sally Mae goes, dual nature. Yeah, that.
So if we free him, can he become the Lord of the Hunt? Why would he be the Lord of the Hunt and or the Lord of the Kill?
See, that's what she's been trying to explain to me that I don't really understand. They are what they are when they're supposed to be what they are. And it's sort of bridging the gap, I think. I think it's sort of like a thing where maybe if you have like, okay, I got it. So let's say you've got two armies. Yeah, armies. And they hate each other so much that they'll just like kill everybody from the other side. So they can't send messages to each other and try to negotiate because everyone kills everyone.
Is
Think
this
of
winter
something
and
like
summer?
that. Yeah. And think of like, what if someone could be like they're from one army while they're in that army's territory, and then as soon as they go over to the other one, they don't get killed because they change clothes. They swap over, right? They're still the same person, but they have a different uniform.
Right.
Okay.
So that's this guy. But right now they're in the
Oh.
Kill uniform. And we don't know what it takes to.
Here's a question: is the imbalance, is it based on like the strength of the courts? And didn't we, not that the souls are necessarily the perfect measure, but didn't we sort of intervene a little bit?
Yeah.
I don't know.
See Sally Mae sort of sag from the effort of trying to explain something. Like that was getting pretty close to her getting, the edge of her limitations of what she can try to explain.
Mhm.
On the edge of my limitations too.
Sally Mae, the person, isn't the brightest bulb in the shed, but she's trying.
Sally Mae, do you know, is what shifts the individual from one identity, one nature to another, is it based on like geography? Is it based on proximity? Is it based on some kind of imbalance between the courts?
He is what he is based on need, but she's not really great at explaining what that need is.
Like maybe if they're at war, he's the Lord of the Kill. And if they're just hanging out, he's the Lord of the Hunt.
No, because I think Lord of the Hunt means that he's summer friendly, and Lord of the Kill means he's winter friendly.
Yeah.
So
And
she's
right now he's
trained
winter
to
friendly.
say imp place, and you can tell that like she's having to exert quite a bit of power to continue to be here, right? Like you normally get her for a few seconds, and she's really trying hard to continue the conversation, but it's taking most of her attention to stay in existence here.
The Darksire came to be one of the, like, a friend of the redeemed, right?
Mm-hmm.
Not not like a believer, but like an honored guest is the impression that I got. Is
Correct.
that yeah? So can I ask Foxy Kine what fate befell the Darksire?
The Foxy Kine just sort of says, like, shakes her head and goes, I was trying to speak with it. It came to learn, but it was taken. We barely got to talk.
Taken by whom?
I don't know. There was a group of terrible darknesses that came right before the temple was attacked. They took him away.
Hmm. Anything, sorry.
It's a weird kind of awkward, puzzly dead end thing. So I sort of expected there to be this to be something that's like you got to kind of have to churn through the ideas to figure out what to do.
Can we also include for Arn? Why was the Darksire imprisoned?
I think when we told her we saw him before, she was like, he's extremely dangerous. Stay away from him.
Do
Yeah,
not
but then she
investigate
didn't,
the
like-
Darksire. It is an evil without end and rightly imprisoned.
Yeah.
Right.
So she currently believes it is good that it is imprisoned.
Mm.
So can I send this sending? Or do we
Yeah,
have any?
I think
Okay.
it's good.
Okay.
So you get sort of a pause as it goes through, and there is this weird sensation that you've kind of used to when you do a send or do a response, that there are some times where you get kind of like sent to the secretary. You don't get that this time. You send like you feel like you actually got through straight to on, but it's like there's a bunch of feedback and noise. Like your message is one of a ton of messages that she's receiving all at once.
Because probably her siblings are also aware that we are doing this.
you get a sending back, but it doesn't feel like a normal sending. There is a certain sort of rhythm in scripture to a sending. You don't have something that's sent offhand, right? You send something that is a formed message, kind of the way that you guys do things here, where you sort of write it down, you kind of go over it a little bit, sort of craft the message. You don't tend to just sort of like speak your mind, but that's what it gets. There is this sort of a contemplative feel to the message that gets sent back as she does a second sending that gets sent through the ship.
Mm.
Okay.
But it's in like a meter.
It's in this sort of like rhythmic tone that she says it, but it feels more like the way that she talks when she's talking and giving like orders and stuff at court. She has this sort of presence to her, but it is that she's sort of talking off the cuff. It's not a crafted message. This almost feels like she might have done this sending almost instinctively. Like she didn't do the ritual and all the other pieces. She just latched on to the thing and intuitively did the sending and sent the message back.
Mhm.
Like she's
So
opening
it's,
up the
so it's
channel.
like she's musing.
Yeah.
Is it like she's musing, or perhaps like she's recalling some kind of like scripture or prophecy type thing?
It's more along the lines of you're used to potentially having someone around you sort of speak their thoughts out loud, but the idea that you would do that through ascending is kind of weird. But An is natively psionic and has been a scion for so many centuries that she might just be thinking out loud via sending.
So then, if Clotho would permit, one final question: does the Dark Sire's nature or aspect change in the presence of the court?
Well, and I would rather ask if Clotho thinks it's worth releasing the dark side to release Mother. I feel the answer is yes, but
I mean, I feel like
We already asked that.
specifically? Oh, maybe I
Yeah,
missed it. Sorry.
because I asked, should the Dark Sire
be
be
free.
imprisoned, and she said all Fey creatures should be free.
Yeah, I get. Yeah, okay, different way to ask it, but yeah, same exact answer. So okay, sorry, go ahead.
I mean, I think if we respond to her, we should say we should ask if there's like an easy way to do it,
Or if she could just join us.
to dismantle.
Or just ask her how to turn it off.
Yeah. Okay, so I would
Can she
say,
just join us on the ship?
do we want to invite her to do that?
I feel like that's a supremely bad idea.
It
You
feels
would
say.
dicey, but
So as you kind of say, again, pushing through, because Drock has that direct connection, right? So that connection of like, can we release this, right? There is going to be that moment of, well, I guess this is a question for you. Was that Drock deciding, like having that thought and deciding not to say it, or was that JP having that thought and saying no, Drock wouldn't have that thought?
No,
So the
Drock
full
would have
action,
thought that.
was that
Right?
JP or Drock?
Oh,
Probably Drock.
So you can see the image of Sally Mae shudder for a second, and then the voice that comes out of Sally Mae's mouth doesn't sound like her. It sounds like that sort of wispy voice that you associated with the mannequin form of Clotho. And she says, "Links in a chain, you speak as much. How much of your logic should thee trust? Of mortal mind I am running short. I am much less than all my court." And you see Sally Mae sort of like gritting her teeth, willing herself to stand still.
See, it's always the different, like, the thing I struggle with as JP, right? Like, thinking a small scale, like the mortal scale, versus, like, what's good for the courts long term, right? And so it's like, same with On, right? Releasing something that is a great evil to mortal kind, but maybe not necessarily terrible in the immortal. Like, I don't know. It's just it's hard to think about, right?
Could you clarify what specifically prompted that response? What was it that Drock was considering?
Well, JP, do you want to repeat the question that you were kind of thinking and asking? And if you don't remember it,
Clotho felt it was worth releasing the Darksire in order to release Mother.
correct. Yeah. So the question was, is it worth it to release the Darksire in order to release Mother? And that was her response. And there is this sort of like, she's becoming more like the untouchable, aloof, immortal fairy part of herself. And she's really trying to communicate, but the longer that she's forcing herself to stay here, the more of that sort of Sally Main, the more of the humanity part that she's losing, the less mortal she's becoming.
The reason I was curious is because I am concerned about the knight making a decision that is in contrast with Summer's nature. Specifically choosing not to free Mother.
Mm-hmm.
Is that something that you're using aloud? Josh?
Yeah, I think so.
So, Droth, you get this flash of something like Clotho heard you or heard the thought. You get this instant of motion where like you take a step before you realize that's what you're doing, and you got this strong impulse to walk off the side of the ship. And then it passed.
Wow.
Like to walk off the side of the ship and towards the star.
I still think, we get on here, we try and see if she has an easy way to turn this off, and we go from there. I don't see why it's a problem inviting her onto the ship.
Except that she appears to have
She's
been
never
involved.
seen the ship before, right? She knows we have it, but she's never seen it.
We had
Correct.
it. Yeah, okay.
She was directly involved in the imprisonment.
Yep.
True. But if she's
Like 10,000
involved
years ago.
in the release too. Yeah, well, you might be right. Just because you are involved in the release doesn't mean it's necessarily a good thing. Then yeah, just ask how do we turn it off safely?
Okay. Okay. So I think we would say
As you're sitting here and you guys are discussing and crafting this message back, you see Sally Main starting to like tapping her foot, and then the image of Sally Main vanishes, and you see Clotho standing at the edge, and then you feel this wave of heat off of her that's getting soaked into the ship itself as the sort of aura of the ship, the shielding, absorbs the heat coming from her. And then she shakes her head, and you can see tears streaming from her eyes as she says, thinking, thought. Us thing I am built for naught. I am a blade unsheathed. And then you see her tilt forward and just burst into a corona of flame as this bow wave of a blade of flame flies off the side of the ship and vanishes.
Towards the station.
Not towards the station. Like, she went towards the star. She got maybe 50 feet away from the ship, and then you felt her presence go away. Like, she went back to wherever she was before you brought her attention here. She vanished. Like, she got to the end of her ability to focus.
Yeah.
Got it.
Does she want us to follow?
I think she just wants us to act much quicker.
You know it's not in her nature to think through actions. She is the sword. She does the thing. So is that the message you're sending?
If everyone's okay with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, agree.
And that's On's response.
Hold up, somebody's opening my garage door. I also misread it first that it's C garage door, and I was like, is this now like a treasure hunt? Like, we have to find the clue somewhere?
That is her response. The response is, it was never meant to be destroyed. If he is free, I am not. All my will bent to shake from his command, I do not know if I have the strength to resist him again.
Oh no. So he might take control of all of the vampire courts.
Which probably means all the vampire courts know that we're.
Yeah, I think for sure they do. Because remember, Gary said like they're blowing up her phone.
And even when she sends the message back, you get that static of she's probably having multiple conversations at once.
Yeah.
Well, we know that one of those families will not like us dismantling this prison.
I don't think any of
I
them.
suspect
will.
none of them will, yeah.
Yeah.
But if they can't think for themselves, how will they know?
Wow. So vampires were made by this guy,
Mhm.
and then with him being in prison, they were all free.
Mhm.
Gary, I've used Invoke Summer enough. I'm here basically in front of Mother. Can I, like, try and communicate directly with her instead of Clotho?
Certainly.
I want to do that. I want to try and reach out and talk directly to Mother.
So what are you going to do? You're going to try to do the Invoke Summer, but aim it somewhere else?
Yeah, it's a daily, so I don't know if you'll let me, but yeah, that was kind of my thought. Like, it's a power that I've used enough that I was hoping I'd might be able to manipulate a bit to, see if I could channel it towards the star.
So you reach out towards the star, and as soon as you open yourself up to it, you guys can see that the flares on the surface that have been periodically firing off start to arc towards the ship. And you can see these huge sloops of flame get close. And as soon as the first one gets close, you see Crom's ship, basically everyone battle stations, flies away from you guys as fast as they can possibly fly. As getting anywhere near that loop of flame is getting next to something that is heat on a level that their ship has no chance of handling. But you can sense that there is something there. It doesn't feel like there's a will behind the connection, but this close, being surrounded by summer power, being the summer night, you feel it's there, and you feel you can connect to it really easily once you decide to.
But like you said, there's no thought or will behind it.
Yeah, it's just like power is here, but it's not being directed at all. It's just sort of spread around.
And that musing sending you sent, is that on sending something to us? Or what is that?
Yeah, but it has that same feel of talking out loud or thinking out loud.
Foundational rules change. Great powers scramble. So she's basically saying the courts are all scrambling right now?
Mm-hmm.
And what's that last sentence?
I remember when there were gods.
So she was a part of that.
I mean, she admitted to building this station, right? So.
Mm-hmm.
Most don't understand what's happening. Neither do we.
So you draw and you feel like you can connect with the power here, and you feel like there's nothing containing the power. There's no will that you have to change. You feel like you could use it, but to do what?
I mean,
Could you overload the station, maybe?
Is that something we want to try?
I mean, it's already drawing power from it, so if it were possible to, maybe?
Can you get a sense of, is there some kind of protective aspect to the energy that's being drawn into the prison?
Is that what you want to do?
Sure. Yeah, I was also thinking of a different way to word that. Is it is it protective? Is it against its will? But you said there isn't a will. Is it forced to do this? Is the prison actually containing it at the same time, or was this here first?
You get the feeling from the power around that kind of like how it doesn't seem like it has a will of its own right now, and you can sort of swim around, using your senses, you can sort of swim around in this massive sea of primal energy. The station is siphoning off some power, yeah, but it's not siphoning off even a significant portion of the latent power that's in the outer ring of this. And the center of it, that giant well that you can feel of primal power, it is siphoning off something that is basically, ignorable. This is one person has left the light on in a city.
So then maybe it's not even the station trapping it. Maybe there's something else going on that we haven't discovered. We have free it by seed. So what seed would relate to summer that we know
I think didn't Clotho say that the sun was like a seed? Or did I make that up?
I don't recall her saying that, but I could be wrong too.
I think there was some.
When she looked at it and I was talking to her and I was like, "What do you see?" And she talked about the being in a beautiful place and there's one little shitty thing.
Right, but if the station's the shitty thing,
I know, but I thought she didn't see the sun as a sun. She was like, this is like a seed of possibility or something. I don't know.
So she felt it's just like a spa of power that is all around her, this overwhelming force of energy, and looking away from it was pretty much impossible for her.
Okay, so now that I'm connected to it, Griffle said the name 3 times and just got the arcs of power basically towards us. If I'm connected, can I say the name but kind of direct it to the center and say Lakessen and see what happens?
So when you do and you kind of connect with the energy, you say the name, you get this wave of flame that rushes out from you to meet the distant star and then come back, and this sort of feedback loop starts to develop, and the ship itself starts to shudder as wave after wave of superheated solar flares hit the side of the ship. And looking down the corridor, looking through this sort of channel that you're creating between yourself and it, you can see that deep within the image in front of you, there is something else. There's a core within the star that's glowing, brighter than everything around it. And you can see that orange, red hot outer layer, that there's something burning even brighter in the very center. And you can see more like you're almost kind of like the borer was, like you're burrowing into the side of the star.
Is it a big enough tunnel that we can actually take the ship in?
Looks like it, yeah.
Let's do it.
Significantly larger than the ship.
Flying into a sun.
Try it.
Hey, it worked.
What could possibly go wrong?
So is that the plan? Fly towards the corona?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So as you fly forward, you start to see the sense of the star change. You see the star itself altered, and the images of the fire start to fade away, and you see darker and lighter portions. In front of you, at the end of this tunnel of fire, there's a very strange scene. It's like you're looking at something backlit by the power of the star, but below the ship, below the tunnel, and around the edges, you see what seems to be like the very faintest images of a forest, of a kind of more like you're looking at the inside of a snow globe, only everything is fire. And you can see as you're flying forward that the ship starts to shudder and starts to feel the effects of being basically surrounded by superheated plasma. And you get this little sensation from Al-Shaib as he goes, "I do not mean to interfere, my friends, but I sense you are doing something of which I might need to devote some attention. Can I be included in your plans?"
Plans is a strong word for what we're doing.
We are flying into a sun. Perhaps you can absorb some energy.
You are flying into a sun. Well, my friends, you find new and interesting ways to test. When I told you with confidence that I would make the ship immune to fire. You can see that after he sort of like made a point of bringing his presence or bringing himself into the conversation, he says, "If you would not mind, I would appreciate a more direct conveyance of power to the outside."
So should we open our weapon
Oh.
platforms?
Yeah, we can connect it up to him again. That's okay.
So you kind of open it up, and he spreads the weapons platforms basically at the edge of the barrier of the shield and just opens all of them into his domain. And you see him drinking the fire coming in and wrapping around the ship. This, you can sense that he's like focusing on it, and Al-Shaib's presence and that sort of weird mystical like plateau with the stars that you can see. You can feel that that's like right at the corner of your eyes. And if you look quickly, you can see the stars in the distance are all actually hidden by the dust of the cloud. But in the corner of your eyes, you can see the stars as they appear in Al-Shaib's realm as you make your way into the heart of the star. You fly in, and then in the center, you can see this vaguely humanoid figure with great wings coming off the back. And as you fly in closer, you can see that image is actually a massive building, a crystal palace that is made to look from a distance like a great winged fae. As the ship flies closer and you can feel more and more power being absorbed through the shield and into Al-Shaib's domain, you see the edges of the weapons platform start to glow red hot. As you're flying deeper and deeper into the star, there is this sense of that the outsides of your ship looking like the station that you saw way back when you saw the temple, with the inner ring being red hot as it is channeling all of this unbelievable amount of power. And Al-Shaib focuses heavily on what's happening outside, drinking in the fire as you guys make your way in. As you get closer, that massive crystal place shrinks, like the dimensions don't match up completely with what you expect. And then you can see in the center is a massive fiery seed. You see carved into the outside of the seed is the image of a woman. Around her, there is a cloak that wraps her whole body that looks like she's holding herself with her like knees pinned to her chest and her head on the top of her arms in deep concentration. And the cloak that's wrapped around her entire body is billowing out and then folding around herself hundreds or thousands of times. And that cloak of flame is creating the star.
Oh.
You fly up and you see this woman held within this seed of crystal.
I'll again try and connect using the invoke summer power similar and say Lakessen again.
So after the first repetition, you see the eyes on the image on the outside of the seed snap open and focus on you. And then the second repetition, you see the cloak billow away from her, and the edges of the seed begin to fray and fall apart. On the third repetition of the name, the woman smiles, and the world around her changes and alters. Suddenly, you're in clear skies, not in the heart of a star, but in a palace. As you're standing there for a second, there takes a moment to adjust the fact that you're not on your ship anymore. Standing in front of you is the Queen of Summer. When you look at her, you recognize her names. You can feel them burned into you. And there is this shockwave that you can sense that as you understand what all of her names are, that those names are being repeated out to every corner of the universe. That there is nobody that will not know what her correct names are. The names Lakessen get burned into your mind, and several others. The Queen that is becomes prominent. You can feel all those repetitions, and there is a moment where one of them doesn't line up. You've heard someone use a name as if it was her name, and you now know that name to be false. You know they were wrong. Titania was never one of her names. You can feel that certainty as you look at her more than anything you've ever felt before, that that was a name falsely attributed. And in her presence, you cannot get her name wrong. She smiles at you and then says, "Welcome, welcome. I think I will need a moment." And then she snaps her eyes open, and you can see that the whites of her eyes suddenly go bloodshot, and you see blood leaking from her nose and ears. She staggers forward and then shakes her head. I'm sorry. I have been asleep so long. I woke up a mortal. But it's past. I am here. My knight, you have done well. Please, welcome to my court. She gestures around, and you can see you're standing in a throne room with these massive arches all around you that are made of this fine filigree of silver and gold. There are these huge open windows, and looking out the different windows, you can see scenes of greenery that don't match each other. Each window showing a scene that is all overgrowth and plant life, but a lot of biomes that don't match together, sandwiched right next to each other. She takes a deep breath and then says, I am going to need some time, as mortals see it, to understand what is happening. But I owe thee a favor. I owe thee many favors. And my knight deserves all the help I can give. She looks to the rest of you and then smiles very motherly looking and goes, I can sense you have many questions. I will answer what I can. I think you may know a thing of nature's, or perhaps my knight can explain to you. But there will be fewer limitations with me than you have experienced with my child.
After my experience with, Merc, I'm going to bow.
No, Drock, please explain to us how it works dealing with people with nature.
No, Drock doesn't understand.
So you bow. She kind of does this gesture, like a friendly gesture, to tap you on the shoulder and get you to stand up. And then when she touches you, you see her just for a second recoil and then look at her hand. Child, I have a question of my own. She snaps her fingers, and Clotho is standing next to her.
Uh-oh.
She looks over towards Clotho. And then you see there's some sort of communication that happens back and forth just through facial expressions. She frowns at Clotho. Clotho looks a little abashed for a moment and then stops, straightens her dress, and then stares up at her mother defiantly. And then the queen that is takes a deep breath, sighs, and says, "I can expect nothing less. I'm afraid before I find it proper to continue, I must first redress an imbalance. My knight, you have been offered great offense. I will do what I can in my power to rectify this situation. I think there is an obvious solution, but I've been out of the game for quite some time. I do not understand what potential mortal cultures might think of our solutions of ages past. I wish to be respectful of you, but I hope you understand that I could not give you the mantle as it is if it was just me. Please allow me to correct my daughter's mistake."
I'm so confused.
You're overdue for a promotion.
What it
as
sounds like.
and she can see you're kind of confused. You see Clotho, stomp her foot in the background, and then she turns into Salumaine. And Salumaine goes, "Listen, I wasn't here for this part of things, but as far as I can tell, there isn't actually a rule that was broken here." And then the queen that is looks over at her, and she sort of shrinks for a second and goes, "Yeah, again, I wasn't her when it happened, but technically it's not against the rules. And from what I understand, the technically part is important with all of you guys." And the queen that is kind of gives her a withering look and then goes, "True. But if you'd had proper tutelage, you would understand that tradition also means things. You have lessened something even older than I am by your actions. I do not think it will ever be a thing again that there is only one." You see her kind of shrug and go, "Oh, listen, she only had a couple of powers to use and only had a couple of ideas. There's nothing that says there can't be more than one knight, is there?"
Oh,
And then
damn.
the queen that is says, "Technically, that is true. However, giving something as the Knight of Summer to more than one individual it lessens what it is. How can you be a single-minded weapon if you are given to 3 minds? My knight, I am sorry that this has happened. It would not have happened were I free. I think an immediate redressing of the balance is in order. I believe, as I am reaching out and understanding where Summer is, that I am in prominence, that I am near my peak. It will take me a moment to do so, but if you would allow it, I will summon the other Summer Knights, and you may duel them, so that only the strongest may survive.
What?
Wait, what are their names?
Well,
If
there's
you
still.
say that to her, she doesn't even acknowledge you said anything. She's focused directly on Drock.
Oh, you fucking rat.
Still's only level 3 or something. You're fine.
Do it.
I mean, is there even a choice?
It's like in Baldur's Gate when you leave a person in your camp and then they wind up coming out to combat and they're still level 2.
But in Baldur's Gate, I only ever rolled 1s and 2s again.
There's no way.
So this is what the queen is saying, is this is something that's wrong. There should not be, it's against tradition. And she feels that because you were given something that was supposed to be given to only one individual, but it was given to more than one individual, that it's up to her to correct the thing, because she considers that this is something she's given offense. In times past, if they gave the knighthood to multiple individuals, that would be a big smack in the face. So she's saying, what seems to be the obvious solution is I can bring all the knights here, and then you guys can duke it out, and whoever comes out on top, well, then that's the one that's the Summer Knight.
Filibuster knows he's being ignored, so I would also like to add that tradition is what got you in this position in the first place.
I will ask, do the others even wish to be Summer Knights still?
She thinks about it a moment and says, I am not sure. Are you saying that instead of having a duel of force, you could have a conversation of wits? And if many of you or multiples of you wish to have the office, then you fight among those that wish to keep the strength.
Yeah.
She thinks for a moment and says, that is a very mortal way of thinking of things, but it is something that is within my power to do. Yes, I could bring the other two here, and we could have a discussion. If they wish to give up their knighthood and you wish to keep it, then I believe that could be arranged. If they wish to keep it, then my bargain would be that you would need to resolve this until only one knight remains, through whatever means become necessary. And you can tell there's that underlying, like, feeling of Faye bargain, of her saying, if I use my power to get the other knights here, that means I'm saying your part of this bargain is we got to resolve this until it's done.
Yeah, I'm good with that, I think. It's better than a straight up fight. If I don't
How do we know the Night King is not one of the knights?
Yeah, what
well,
knights
at
are
which
there?
point I just
I mean,
feel like,
I'm
you know
not
what?
saying that seriously, but also like
Right, but at that point, like, if someone comes and they're super strong, I'm gonna be like, you know what, I'm good. I'm just gonna move on, and I'll be a Summer Knight.
All right.
that's so funny.
I don't want to die to keep this power necessarily.
I'm not that committed.
No.
That's what you want in a knight.
We can take Syl. I am concerned about the 10,000-year-old Summer Knight.
Exactly, right? I don't know what's out there. I thought there was only one other one, so.
So she nods when you say that, and then she turns. You can tell that she wasn't actually ignoring you. She was just focusing on Drock, trying to get his attention and try to get him to make a choice. And then she turns away and says, I, of course, have the names of my knights. If it is something you wish to know before you make your decision, I am not against mortals making choices with as much information as can be reasonably provided in their lifetimes.
Yes, thank you.
So she just says, like, if you want to know that, I can give you that information. What do you want to know about them?
I mean, you're summoning them here anyways, so.
ASL.
Who are they? Is the main thing, right? Who's Drock actually going to have to fight here?
Name, estimated power levels.
So she looks over at the other, at Clotho for a second, and then you can feel that there's some sort of exchange of power. Like she's drawing a little bit from Clotho. Maybe she's using her as a point of reference. And then she turns back and says, one of the individuals you know, a pixie of Syl. The other, she kind of looks and she's focusing on you, and you can see her eyes are little flickering flames, like there's little walls of fire, almost like she's flipping through a burning book in her eyes. And she goes, and the other is a name that is known to your ears, but is not known to this world. Interesting. They are able to create such barriers. I am less certain this is an excellent idea. I believe I can invoke her without knowing her, without releasing her name, without getting undue attention. But I believe, for the sake of clarity, rather than using her name as Knight, I will use what she is referred to.
It's Hope.
She was known in many, many tongues as the champion Amon.
Oh, never mind. Who the fuck is that?
Champion Amon.
We
The
have heard
battle
that name.
mind.
We
Yeah.
have
The battle mind.
That's a battle mind.
Oh, right. That was the,
The
one that
last
only
An
matters
battle
a
did.
drop.
mind that An knew about. No, was it An or Aegis knew about champion?
I think it might have been on, but
bro. She'll fuck you up.
So the DM is going to take a second here and say, you've heard this name in one context very clearly. Do you remember that context? That I'm going to tell you that it's not Aegis that said it.
I thought it was.
was it the
I thought it-
broker? There's somebody that was like, "Oh yeah, we can introduce you to a battle mind."
Wait, I thought it was. Was it? What's his name?
I thought it was
Morn
on
Sky?
because I specifically wanted to meet battle minds originally, and I thought that was part of my bargain with On. And I thought On was going to introduce me to Amon. If I'm recalling this, but this is so far back at the beginning of when I started
Well,
playing.
so the other thing is, I wrote it down as champion Amos. So I don't know if it's actually the same person,
Mm.
or if I just wrote it down wrong. Is the part that I'm confused about.
So the DM is going to make sure that I'm not getting the name wrong. So let's start there.
Hot.
Because I don't want to have it in my notes, like, because there are times where I take notes, 2 years apart, and I spell things wrong. I've definitely done that before, and because of how important some specific wording is, I don't want it to be it's confusing because I gave you bad information. So let
He
me
wants it to
check to make
be-
sure I'm saying it right.
He wants it
Confusing.
to be confusing because it's on its own merits.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want it to be confusing because it is confusing, not because I'm
Amon, A-M-A-N.
so that is her name.
Ah.
So that is the correct thing. I will look through my notes and see if I have it said it differently in other places, but no, that is her name. And the one time that I will bring up that your characters would, you could probably get through flipping through notes, but it'd be a long way back, is, you remember when you first let Clotho out and she tried to say the people that she knew?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, and then she couldn't for most of them, and then she tried to say champion Amon, and she could, and she's like, oh yes, at least she's still around.
Yeah, so she tried to basically say this person is alive, but the will of the she that makes her not able to say lies was triggering where she couldn't say that those people were alive. And she went through a bunch of names, getting more and more upset. And then when she said one, she was like, okay, I at least have one person that I used to know that still exists. And that is Champion Amon.
But they're not known in this reality, is what the mother said.
Mm-hmm. Her name is not known in this reality. That something has been taken from the universe. It is changed. It is different. You're pretty certain that this is her version of explaining forbiddances.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, of course.
She's just understanding it a lot faster than everyone else that you've encountered.
But Clotho also said her name, so she's not forbiddance? Or it's just a weaker forbiddance?
Well, Clotho also didn't call her by her name. Clotho called her Champion Amon.
Right.
And Mother said that's not enough of the name. That's not the true name. So that's a workaround. But the actual one, that's blanked. That's removed.
Oh.
Right.
So then
Why is it not a good idea to summon Champion Amon here?
I believe in order to do so, I would need to overplay my hand. I am newly born to this time period. I know that there are barriers between where I am and where she is.
Oh
I
my
can
goodness.
destroy those barriers. I can will them to not exist. I can bring my knight to me. But what will that trigger? What other ramifications will happen? What sorts of alarms will I set off if her very name has been scrubbed from reality? Yet the individual survives. When last I knew Amon, she was mortal.
I wonder if she's a mirror.
Yeah, does she happen to speak ancient Aquan primordial?
She was of many peoples. She knew many languages. I do not know if that is one of hers. We never used it to converse.
What
Can I
race was she?
show her our list of people from the prison, and it's number 28,
Mm-hmm.
Greylick
Sh-
v. Almahan.
So she goes and looks through the list of people real quick, and then she shakes her head. No, she is in a different kind of prison, I believe. You see her sitting and thinking and kind of nodding her head as she does, which means it is many, many millennia since I was trapped. Amon, if she was as she was in my time, even as the champion she was, would have died of age many millennia ago. That means she is changed. She is different. She is potentially immortal, which would make your confrontation difficult for you.
Is she a Deva?
She shakes her head. No, she is not. She is the daughter of one who's been forgotten by this universe, and the daughter of another who's been stripped from it, forbidden and sealed away. You can see the queen is sort of playing with her mouth, like she's trying out different syllables and sounds. She's talking to you and she sounds perfectly normal. The language that she's using sounds like pretty passable, normal common, like modern common. And she goes, It would be difficult to explain what she is, as I don't know the current terms for things. But as far as I can understand it from the pieces I can connect to my domains, I can sense that you would not have a modern name for what she is, but her father was human, and her mother was what you would call an Alandari.
Oh.
Oh. Wild.
We don't even know what Alandari are.
Not
Wasn't
totally.
the Darksire a human?
He
Is
was
that a question
sheep,
you're asking of
right?
her?
I'm asking the group, but I could ask her.
I thought we just knew that the Darksire was not a vampire and was not an undead.
Hmm.
I don't know that.
But he slept in a coffin.
Well, he was getting into character.
But wasn't it
He
like a
just likes
massive?
stereotypes.
It was like a massive coffin.
It was,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, never mind.
He could be
Not
like
like
whatever
giant
the,
size,
He
but
could be a really tall human.
yeah,
he could be like
notably
whatever the Whis are. You know, weren't they
Do you
all like,
remember
Ye-
Leda Vito was like
yeah,
20 feet tall or something?
yes.
Goliath?
Yeah.
No. He was bigger than Goliath, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lady Vito is half giant, so he's notably bigger than a lot of other stuff.
And the Whis are like
Well,
have giants.
was.
Yeah, was.
Now he's a ritual
May he
servant.
rest in peace. Oh. Pieces. May he
Wait,
rest
so
in
Goliaths are
pieces.
smaller than giants.
Yes.
Yeah, Goliaths are just like big.
They're big people. They're
And
like
how big
eight-
was the
8, 9
coffin?
feet tall. The coffin is like someone who's maybe like 10 or 12 feet tall.
So like Goliath size.
Yeah.
But we also had like the Eladrin in the Wilds lab who was also like 12 feet tall.
True. They used to be
Mhm.
very tall.
Yeah.
It is worth noting that like the Baron is also really big. Like Lady An is like less than 5 feet tall. She's like 4'10". But the Baron is huge. Like the Baron de Song, he's like 11 feet tall. Like he's a giant basically. And it kind of looks like a similarly sized coffin to what the Baron would need to sleep in.
Wait. Giant size is 11 feet tall?
Compared to like normal people, like it's the upper limit of what we consider like the normal human races is like 9 feet. Anything above that, you're getting into, either a very small giant or a very large humanoid, like normal humanoid race. There's not a lot of races that are in the like 10 to 20 range. Yeah, the lowercase g giant. He is like a giant human, or he is like a very small uppercase giant. There's that window between the upper maximum of humanity and human like races, and then the lower maximum of like giants. And these guys are kind of in that middle range. So someone, I know Filibuster asked something about Darksire. I don't know if we got distracted.
I said, is he human? But it sounds like that's no. Sounds like we reasoned away from it.
So there are only 3 Summer Knights. There's Aemon from before, and then Selendrak from now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But traditionally, there's supposed to only be one, and she assumes that you take it as an offense. But as you guys have been talking, she's realizing more that, oh, you're not taking offense to this. So she's, more than a lot of these immortal creatures, seems to be adjusting reasonably well to, oh, my expectations were off. Let's go with new expectations.
Does she know about the prison outside of this star?
So she looks around and says, you mean that thing that's siphoning off some of my power? That is a prison. I sense it, but I don't know what it is.
It is the prison of the Lord of the Kill.
She tisks when you say that and says, child, proper names, proper names. I will treat you in good company, but you must. And then she goes to say something, and then you see her whole face get confused, go, oh, apologies. I assumed you were intentionally avoiding speaking of names. I see that I cannot fault your ignorance of something that has been altered. She takes a deep breath. This is wrong. I do not believe this is something that can be maintained. I will not cut our conversation short, as it would be seen as rude of one I owe a favor to. However, I think a redressing of certain things in this naming convention would be preferred. If you would permit me a moment.
Of course.
So she nods and turns away and looks at the windows behind her. And you can feel the primal energies starting to suck in around her as this sensation of the corona of the star is gathering around her as she closes her eyes and focuses her will. You can see that the world around her is starting to shift and change and alter. The wall that was one time these huge archways with these scenes from all over radically starts to alter. And instead of being walls with large windows in it, instead becomes many arches with mirrors inside. These incredible mirrors start to shimmer and change, and they look as if they're reflecting surfaces from all over the worlds. Griffel, you can sense it through the helm. She's gathering planes about her. She's opening dozens of portals. You've seen Clotho do something like this, where she focused all of her power and energy and was able to shift the entire city of Haven. But the queen that is on a different power scale. She's focusing her power and bringing pieces of dozens of planes to her.
She's becoming a greater manifold.
And you see this.
Oh.
And as she's forming this, you can see her sending out little wisps of power, little bolts of green gold energy that turn into flaming runes on the other side. They sink into mountaintops, into rivers, into plains. They float up into the clouds and change the clouds around into massive runes. You can see that she's laying the edges of a ritual circle.
On multiple planes.
Yep.
Wow.
Nice.
Is she gonna break the forbiddances on the names of the court?
You can see, looking through, those of you that are talented in the ritual magics, you don't know exactly what she's doing, but the runes, they don't change all that much as you scale up in power. What she's doing is an adjure. This thing, whatever she's putting out there, has all the markings of a summoning circle.
Ooh.
I am taking furious notes.
But she's like, I don't want to summon my knight here, but I will summon all the other shit. I don't know what.
So you see her take a deep breath, she centers herself, and then when she starts to speak, you can see in the images of the like jungles and forests and all of these places that seem like they are full of life. Several of those windows open to places that either are in the Feywild or pretty much could be. They're beautiful places in the mortal world that are as close to the Feywild as they could be in other places. And you can see in the far off windows, the further you get from her, the more you can see these fantastical elements, these rivers of lava flowing through these great golden arches. You can see images from planes all over the astral sea and all within the elemental chaos. And as this row of mirrors is arcing around her, you can see that where she's standing, she's now in the middle of a gallery with the ritual circle planted all around her body, with runes placed on dozens and dozens of different planes. When she focuses her power, she whispers to herself, I hope I can still do this. You see, when she goes to say something, that her voice echoes aloud and goes through the rippling signs of the mirrors all around her. And when her voice goes out, the trees erupt with birds. You can see dozens of creatures, some as small and as heavily focused on as a single insect. Others in the distance, you can see dragons turning their attention to the sound of her voice. She says, by my blood and my bone, by my name and my throne, I call on my need, by fire, by seed. Return, my brother, from the arms of mine other. All creation uncover, a name rediscovered. I call you caller of the horn. Herne, Herne, Herne. With the third utterance of the name, you see a ripple, a subtle energy that is incredibly massive, escape from her body, and you can see several of the mirrors change. In the distance of the mirrors that you can see where there are great oceans, the water begins to churn and boil with froth. Great lengths of tentacles can be seen thrashing on the surface, Leviathan responding to the summoning, to the call of the name. In other places, you can see dark things coming out of hiding, snatching those creatures whose attention was momentarily changed to focus on the words and the will of the Queen of the Summer Fae. As they do, you see other things crawling out of dark places, wolves and predators, tigers and dragons, creatures that know what to hunt and how to hunt on a level so instinctive it was impossible for the destruction of the Lord of the Hunt to truly remove it from them. And you can see 100 scenes of the dark things rising and turning things into prey, and then other things rising against them and turning the things that hide in the darkness into things that are unrecognizable from what they were when they were alive. She turns back to you and says, "Now, to use a name, you speak of my brother, Lord Hearn, the King of the Wild."
Yo, what?
And with that, we'll end session.
Whale,
Her brother.
her brother.
Bro, brother.
I will say that what you can get from what she just did, she didn't just break a forbiddance like you've seen other people break the forbiddance in their presence. They break the momentarily forbidden thing so they can say it out loud and people can understand what they're saying. She looks like she just reached out and broke the forbiddance everywhere all at once. And so our question of questions, our channel of questions. Now would be a
We
good
gotta
time
start
to
filling that out.
yeah, start filling that out for next time, for next session.
Yeah, I put
Right.
some questions in there, and some of the notes from the ones that have kind of been answered.
So, real quick, who's the original Night King? What is his actual name?
Hearn.
Hearn.
Hearn. He's the king of the Wild Court. So when you were going to jettison that anti-Fae lab into where he is, that was why I needed a moment.
You were gonna kill her brother. Get off on the wrong foot.
Wait, so does this mean On the Song had a reason she was worried for no reason? Or is she
Well, I think
I think
He
she
has,
will be
like-
called to the Wild Hunt.
that he's got like a good guy aspect and a bad guy aspect, and he was chilling in the bad guy aspect when he made the vampires. And I think
So
maybe he's been reset to good guy.
I think Goodbye and Bad Guy is from the perspective of a summer court. So I
Yeah.
think that he is in winter form.
But I think she just reset him to summer form. In
Correct.
addition to unforbiddencing him. So he might not care about vampires right now. Or he might. He might call them to the hunt.
Isn't getting called to the hunt also losing your free will though?
Yeah. I think that's what
Okay.
she might not like. On might not like.
One day I'll be vindicated.
Mhm.
Well, that was mind blowing.
It was.
I was
That was
hoping
so
that I'd
much
be able,
information.
I was hoping I'd be able to pace her introduction to where I'd be able to leave on her doing something, and it felt good for her to have like, oh, this is one of the things that she can do. This is one of the things that she will do when she notices it needs to be done.
One of many things.
Mm-hmm.
Gary also slipped in
Oh,
on
God.
everything everywhere all at once.
I will also say that potentially between this section and this session and next session, I really hope I get the chance to do it. I've been sort of putting it off for a long time, but you're gonna get a few visions all at once, and I want to try to have them out so that you guys can potentially read/listen to them before you actually get them,
Mhm.
so that it's not like, oh, here's all this stuff. We have to pause while you go watch something for 45 minutes because that's just boring. But I'm hoping that I can put all of them together and have the time to record so that you guys can have as long as possible before the visions actually come to pass to have the free time to be able to listen to them or to read them. But I think there's 4 visions that will trigger almost immediately after the conversation, or it might potentially trigger during the conversation with the Queen of Summer.
When's our next game?
I don't know.
I think I'm available the
Eternal question.
first 3 weeks in November.
It looks like we might all be available on the 9th.
I'm moving next week.
Let me have a look.
Yeah,
Not
at
that
a glance, it looks like the 9th is at least close. I don't know who we're missing.
I haven't done anything in November.
Okay.
I hadn't either, but I just did. I can do the 9th or the 16th.
I need to check. I haven't
You mean
had
it?
time thinking that far out.
Do you want me to? Because it's a long list of things. Do you want me to delete the ones that have already come to pass so that we're not
I mean,
getting confused?
It's only 3 that you'd be deleting, so.
yeah, you can. I don't think it would hurt anything.
Where are
Well, I
you
think we
moving,
know
Michael?
we're not doing the 23rd.
So today is the
Today's the
20th
19th.
for me. Okay, so that's today's one. We're definitely not doing next week, so I'm just going to get rid of that. Because, like, no one is around. It looks like the 3rd of November is out for most people.
It's out. It's a question mark for 2 people, which I think is enough for it to, because like it looks like November 9th, assuming that JP can make it, is pretty agreeable. So
Although
Yeah.
you have to subtract 1 from all of them because Griffle.
No, Griffle
will
put a
always-
question mark at the end. You always have to look at the last one. I just don't know
The
what
last one is
nine
always my
and
vote.
means.
Wait, is
the
always
9
your
pad is a positive, and then the question mark of the X are
Got
the
it.
other end.
Oh, there's an X. Okay, yeah. So 9 cat positive. Got it. Okay, so yeah.
Yeah, I think let's tentatively do the 9th as
Yep.
the answer, and then we'll go from there. I would just make a note of we should revisit the discussion at some point about timing, because at least for me, November 9th starts 2 hours earlier than what we're playing with right now,
Early?
which makes it kind of awkward for me.
Why is that?
Yeah,
Oh,
so
yeah.
it's daylight savings, obviously. So we went from starting at 9 a.m. for me to starting at 10 a.m. for me right now, and then I think you guys are going to hit DST between now and then that's going to put you another hour away as well. So
And if we
Yeah.
start at our normal time, what time is that for you?
I think what she has listed there is what is the time that doesn't change for Foxy, right?
For
Like the
me,
time that
correct,
changed for
yeah.
you? Yeah,
correct.
it just changes for all
So
of us.
essentially, like, if we wanted to keep the time the same for you guys, I would then be starting game at 11 a.m. instead of 9 a.m.
Well, Josh and I don't change time.
Yeah.
I
Like
hate
if it was
daylight
1 hour
savings
difference,
so
that's not a
much.
problem. The 2 hours is a little early for me.
Mm.
Like if
Why
it's 5 o'clock my time, it is a little awkward.
But why are we changing 2 hours?
Because Foxy goes the wrong way with her daylight savings.
So I go forward and you guys go backwards,
You
meaning
go
we
the
get 2
wrong
hours
way.
apart.
Wrong way.
Oh.
So like right now game happens at 7 p.m. my time.
'Kay.
On November the 2nd, it will be past the first time change, so it'll be 6 p.m. my time.
Yep.
November the 9th will be past the second time change and will be 5 p.m. my time. 5 p.m. is doable, but it's awkward. I would really prefer if the November 9th one could be 1 hour later than what it says. That would be very useful for me.
Yeah.
But I don't know how
So
to
let
do
me
it.
put some hammer time things in, and you guys tell me.
I haven't killed the recording. I'm gonna kill the recording.